bring the band in. Woo! Well, alright. Yeah, they want me to fit in, but I can't. I'm too different with it. Too advanced to think, you know my intuition. I got bars and ain't too far gone. Never gonna sit and listen. This is optimism mixed with the best. You get it? What you're seeing is a beast in the flesh. I'm vetted up. I don't need to try to speak for the rest. Always keep it abrupt. They want to keep it a mess, you know. This is what you get when you're sitting as a vet. But everybody know that you're a threat. With the rest, let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Look, I try to tell you we don't fit in your box. Why you try to box me in? I got the key to unlock. I know the locksmith, optics. Speaking of lots, I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss. You know, I'll never fit in where I go at. Ooh, boss talk like I'm Boaz. Ooh, why fit in when you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No, don't box me in. I do my own thing. Spirit is right within. I got my own way. Riding is loud within. Look at the way that I do my ops again. Oh, better let me loose. You know that I got the juice. Everything I got to do. Words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move. Oh, oh, we can't fit in your box. You're too cold and you know. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Sanhok. Let's go. landing. Woo! Well, alright. Yeah, they want me to fit in, but I can't. I'm too different with it. Too advanced to think, you know my intuition. I got bars and ink, but never in a prison. Too far gone, never gonna sit and listen. This is optimism mixed with the best, you get it. What you're seeing is a beast in the flesh, I'm vetted. I don't need to try to speak for the rest. Always keep it abrupt, they wanna keep it a mess, you know. This is what you get when you're sitting as a vet. But everybody know that you're a threat. With the rest, let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Look, I'm trying to tell you we don't fit in your box. Why you try to box me in? I got the key to unlock. I know the locksmith, optics, speak of the loss. I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss, you know. I'll never fit in where I go at. Boss talk like I'm Boaz. Why fit in when you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Don't box me in. I do my own thing. Spirit is right within. I got my own way. Valid is loud within. Look at the way that I do my ops again. Oh, better let me loose. You know that I got the juice. Everything I got to do. Words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move. Oh, we can't fit in your box. We too cold to get low. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Son of Augustine. Let's go.
لهمام للقوة للانتصار من زكريا. كروس جيمينج وحش.
What's up, guys, and welcome. It is time for us to get into day number 5. Wassalamu alaikum. Hope that everyone's been having a phenomenal time so far. Now, as we know, right, phase 2 is about to come to an end, as day 5 is going to be the big one, right? We are going to be having a lovely bit of that Livik action coming through. So the teams today are going to be playing for top 12, but also for their share of that glorious bonus point distribution as well. So there's going to be a lot on the table and a lot for us to speak about before we are going to be hopping into our very first match of the day. Now, as we know, yesterday we did see a very strong performance coming through from the side of NIGMA. Definitely having the best run, best day so far out of all the respective days that we've seen. The strongest performance, of course, concluding their day on 63 total points, 2 winner chicken that is coming in, and then of course 36 eliminations. Right now, with regards only to the eliminations, if we only looked at that, they could have finished in 4th for the day as well, because the closer we have to that, of course, 4th place is where we find the players from CONQUEROR, who were able to secure themselves 34 points in total, and of course that is with the help of a winner chicken dinner. So there is going to be a lot to look at here today. Of course, a lot more for balance day. So we are going to be having our 2 Erangels, our 2 Miramars, as well as that lovely Sanhok making its way on through. And then, of course, we are going to be closing off the day with a little bit of that Livik action to see who can get up close and personal and secure themselves a few more additional points. But of course, well, just waiting to see where we are going to be starting our proceedings off of here. I mean, I'm pretty sure we are most likely going to be taking a look at NIGMA Galaxy. But if at any point you guys feel like you want to give a prediction as to who is going to be popping off, let me know in the chat. And in the meanwhile, let's take a look at that map rotation for the day. As I said, we are going to be starting with Erangel. Then, of course, we go straight over into Miramar, followed up by yet another Erangel Miramar dose before heading into a little bit of that lovely Sanhok action to come through before concluding the day. Ooh, why are we... Okay, alright, so apparently you've got 6 matches. Alright, that is a new adjustment. That is going to be an interesting one to see. So it seems like there's going to be 3 Erangels. Alright. 3 Erangels and a Livik, so 7 matches for the day. Sure, right? We'll take it whichever way it is. Of course, going to result in quite a bit of action coming through from our respective teams. So there's going to be a lot of opportunity, especially with 3 Erangels coming in here. I mean, that is exactly the kind of opportunity that these teams are going to be looking for, looking to just climb their way up the leaderboard. Speaking about leaderboards, right, it is going to be NIGMA Galaxies, I've already mentioned, having a very, very strong day just yesterday, concluding their performance. They was 6,220 damage. Wow. I mean, that is a pretty insane tally to look at. But as we know, day 4 much stronger than their day 3 performance. As you can see, very consistent though, but the damage definitely looking so much more impressive on that front. So curious to see what the approach is going to be from a team like NIGMA, for instance, right? Are they going to be looking to just capitalize on the opportunity here? Maybe just looking to lock it down, maybe just go to town, or, you know, go absolutely crazy. Who knows? But yeah, that is the comparison from the previous phase, as we saw, where they also ran about the same point, right? Concluded that day 4 also at the top of the leaderboard with 35 points total to 35 eliminations rather coming to their name with 59 points, whereas in this phase number 2, they concluded their performance with 63 total points, right? So already a 4-point increase coming through there. So really quite a bit of a strong effort being brought through. Now that is obviously as a result of those 2 winner chicken dinners that they were able to secure across the way. So there's a lot of opportunity for even more teams to do exactly that, especially looking at that rotation that we could potentially be having here for the day. A lot of action about to make its way on through. But of course, in the meanwhile, as we wait for all the action to come in, if you guys feel like you have any predictions, any idea, any inkling as to who you think is going to be taking that very first winner chicken dinner of the day, let me know in the chat. As we know, of course, only 4 of our 5 groups are going to be stepping into that first game. Group E are going to be sitting it out, but we'll get into Group E in a little bit as we take a look here at the performances that we've had so far come through between the players from Brute Force and then, of course, the players there from R8. Brute Force definitely having a very strong play. As you can see them concluding their day on a lovely 20 eliminations. R8 then also finding themselves quite a bit of success. As you can see, those 23 then making its way in for them. That is a very strong representation from both teams, right? So I think the important part here is going to be rather to see how all of that is going to translate across the board, because I mean those damage figures were exceptionally close, 4,600 versus 4,500, so not a lot of disparity coming through between those markers. So it's all going to come down to what the teams are going to be bringing out. Right, are they going to really look to grind it down this time? Is that going to be that push, that opportunity, maybe, to just elevate themselves with regards to the leaderboards? Well, we don't know. Definitely the opportunity is there, but it's all going to come down to what the mentality and the approach is going to be for the day. Of course, Brute Force having a phenomenal run this phase around, finding themselves all the way up in towards that 3rd place, which does really amount to a bit of a showcasing as to what we could be expecting to see come through from Brute Force. Last day for week 2. Yep, 100%. Shout out there going out to the side of NIGMA Galaxy coming through from Genzi. But now we're going to be looking at the rest of our teams as well, right? So we already taken a look at Brute Force. We saw a little bit of that quest. But then, of course, we also saw an interesting position come through at the end of the day yesterday, with GANGSTERS, ONYX, Ravens being tied on the exact same amount of points, the exact same amount of winner chicken dinner count as well. And the same can be said then for RTG and the Falcons, right? Both teams very, very equal. But another team that, I mean, they moved down a slight little bit yesterday was the side here of Quest-E-SPORTS. I mean, Al-Hajj, don't get me wrong, Al-Hajj popped off like it was no one's business. We did see a very strong defensive play coming through from them, especially with regards to what we had happening on Erangel itself. I mean, Quest also then securing themselves that 4th place finish for the day overall, with one winner chicken dinner under their belt and a healthy dose of eliminations. But of course, as the stats that we were looking at there for the side of Quest, right, that it was their overall performance up to this point. So that is phase 1 and phase 2 included, bringing them up to a grand total of 152 eliminations with 83 points secured all the way down in towards 7th position. So again, still present on that first page, a lot of opportunity, a lot of room to bring in the necessary adjustments. But it's going to be tough to catch up with NIGMA because NIGMA already sitting on 344 points, holding on to a 31-point lead ahead of GEEKAY. And then things start to tighten up a little bit because we've got the players from R8, we've got Falcons, RTG, as well as the ONYX Ravens then filling up the remaining slots all the way down to that 6th position. Already, as I've mentioned, we've got Quest then secured up into 7th. But it is going to be a race for the top 16, especially on the big running leaderboard. Now, a few other teams that we can look at as well, of course, is going to be the side here of Twisted and Triple. Both teams side by side with regards to their position on the overall standings. As you can see, those elimination counts coming through as well. Now, a strong representation with regards to eliminations is definitely going to be pretty prevalent at this point. But look at those damage counters for Twisted. 15,666 versus 11,311. I mean, that is just so impressive to look at. But as we know, still going to be a lot of opportunity to push. Of course, those figures that we saw, those were their overall placement points that they've secured to date, right? Twisted Minds sitting on 144 eliminations, as where E-SPORTS are sitting on 113. So there is quite a bit of a gap, right? A 31-point difference with regards to the aggression. Points, placement points only differencing by 10. But that is going to allow the side of Twisted Minds to still hold on to that lovely 12th position that they've got on the standings. So the heat is going to be there, right? The pressure will especially be boiling over today. But as we've seen, also, Twisted Minds really stepping up their approach, stepping up their synergy over the past few days. This phase really looking pretty strong for them. I mean, sure, yes, they are secured only within the 12th position on this phase, but they are also in 12th place on the overall standing. So they are going to be looking to defend. There's only about a 30... well, maybe a 50-point difference between where they are situated, and then, of course, that 16th position. So there's going to be a lot of pressure, right? A lot of play that needs to come through if they are going to be looking to solidify the top 16. Meanwhile, here we go, taking a quick look at the side of GEEKAY, of course, finding themselves currently situated up in 2nd place overall. For the phase, they are all the way in 10th place with only one winner chicken dinner that they've been able to secure so far over the previous 4 days. But who knows, maybe day 5 could be the day in which we see that clutch come through, which we see GEEKAY really just, finding the exact kind of momentum that they need to push through all the way to that very, very end. But, yeah, today is going to be a big one, of course, as we could see. Oh, all right, so we are going to be having quite a few matches here today. Due to that 3rd match being, if you recall, that was our Erangel match from yesterday, being quite exciting, right? So what we are going to be doing then today is to rectify that. That's why we're having 7 matches today, right? So not just 6, 7, right? So we are going to be having 3 Erangels. So it's Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel. And then we make our way over onto Livik. So there is going to be a bit of a change coming through. But of course, currently, this is what we are looking at with regards to those standings. As it seems the points from that 3rd match from yesterday is not going to be counted up. If it was, NIGMA would be sitting on 162 points. Currently, of course, finding themselves on 160 points. So a slight little bit of a difference coming through with regards to that, but it is not going to be impactful enough to make too much of a difference. Of course, this allows the teams a little bit of an opportunity now to rectify those points. You can still see that tie in 9th and 10th, and of course 11th and 12th place as well. So a very close call across the board. But it's all going to come down now as the teams will be presented with that extra opportunity. Also, we got 47 being shared between NASR and the players there from NEXX. KR-E-SPORTS, they're going to be looking to up the ante. Maybe going to be trying to secure themselves a little bit of a higher positioning with regards to these phase points. Because 12th place there, 20th position is a little bit tough. I mean, last phase, we saw them securing a much higher positioning. So I'm curious to see whether or not KR are going to be looking to maybe clutch it out today, especially seeing that we will have 7 matches. 7 matches, right? So it is going to be a long day. I hope you guys are ready. I hope you have all your popcorn already popped and ready to go. If not, at least you can walk away and get that done. I'm gonna be here, so send me some popcorn, please. But yes, of course, we are now loading up, getting ready to hop into our very first Erangel of the day. So it is going to be the players there from Group A, B, C, and D that are going to be stepping in. Moving all the way down to match number 6, right? That is where we are going to be looking at a little bit of a change up. So the first Erangel is essentially going to be the exact same Group A, B, D, E. So Group C, we're not going to be seeing them play this first match. So let's take a bit of a gander here at our teams as we get a bit of an idea as to what we could be expecting coming through from those Erangel performances. As we know, NIGMA, the big heavy hitters when it comes to that map. ONYX Ravens in a close second. And of course, we've got R8, we've got the side of GEEKAY, as well as Quest also then being present there with their points. So it's all going to come down to how the teams are going to be able to maintain that consistency that they've been able to build up so far across the previous days, right? Coming all the way from phase 1 into phase 2. And as we know, as it all then comes to an end here for phase 2, well, we are going to be hopping into that phase 3 very, very soon. So there is definitely a little bit of a situation starting to be created here, right? The team's not necessarily having that luxury of being in the position where they can bring any major vast adjustments to the board. So it's all going to boil down to an aggressive play, right? But that is what is going to be making phase 3 so exciting. I think today is going to be adding to that because we are especially close, right? So this is, for some teams, I think potentially a bit of a last-ditch effort, looking to see exactly what they can pull off as we are going to be pushing through. But now, well, Erangel is going to be loading up. So let's see if you got any predictions with regards to flight path, with regards to Zoran, as to also then potentially who you think could be taking that winner chicken dinner. Let us know. So again, just for the teams that are going to be playing this first one, it is essentially going to be the teams then from Group A, B, D, and E. So that means IKURD, NASR, ONYX Ravens, as well as Team Falcons are not going to be playing this match, right? So a little bit of a change up. Of course, just adding an extra layer to the whole proceeding here. As we know, once we make it up into our usual positioning, right, back into the normal flow of things, that is where we are going to be changing the progress up a little bit. So normally for day 5, we start the day with a bit of Miramar action, I believe. So having that additional Erangel definitely will allow for a lot more flexibility, right? A lot more of those points to be secured. But if you guys are excited to see exactly what Livik is gonna hold, you know, give me your thoughts on that. I'm curious to hear. I mean, I can see we have a few people watching. So if you're in the chat, pop in, give us a bit of a wave, right? Just say hi. Assalamu alaikum, whatever it is that you want to pop in, as long as it's game related, of course. So let's see how that one is going to pan out. Meanwhile, we'll just wait now for the map to load up. Let's hope that it's all going to be smooth sailing moving forward through this one. But I think making this call, deciding to rather rehost the map, is a decent call, because especially looking at that very strange shift that we had coming through. I mentioned it yesterday as well, right? That was the toughest Erangel that I've seen to date. And as a result, of course, well, we are going to be replaying that match. So if at any point you're curious why there's 7 matches, well, there's your answer. Let's see now. It's just now a bit of a waiting game, as it seems like the plane could potentially be looking to warm itself up. Hopefully all the players will have their seatbelts loosened, their trays returned to the upright position, because it's quite difficult to hop out of a plane if there's a tray in the way. So let's see what that one will bring. Of course, expectations moving up in towards the Erangel. NIGMA being NIGMA, right, showing that dominance. ONYX Ravens also having a surprising play. Well, not really surprising, but, you know, a really strong one. If we compare that to what we've seen come through from them previously, right? Moving through from that previous season. Because aside from what we've had so far in these previous 2 phases, that is essentially the only thing that we have to make our assessment on. And now, if we look back at what we saw come through from the ONYX Ravens, I mean, the previous season, they secured themselves, after 24 games, 142 points, with only 2 winner chicken dinners. Now, this phase, ONYX Ravens already sitting on 127 points, so they are very close to catching up and surpassing their performance from the previous season, already with 3 winner chicken dinners under their belt. I mean, that is one heck of an improvement that we've already seen happen here, right? And that is just in the span of a few months, moving from the previous season into this one. So I definitely want to see a little bit more of that ONYX Ravens continuation come through. I mean, NIGMA doing what NIGMA does, so there's not much that we can say about that. R8 GEEKAY also a very exceptional performance so far. Both teams sitting with 2 eliminations up. Then, of course, we've got RTG and Quest also with 2 chickens. So the pressure's going to be on. The pressure's going to be there. But as we know, right, with the addition of Group C not stepping out onto the battlefield, IKURD, NASR, ONYX Ravens, and Team Falcons are going to be missing out on this first match. But of course, they'll be back with us, venturing over into match number 2 as we get back to the usual run of the show. In the meanwhile, it is go time, right? Seems like the plane is now just starting to prop up. You can hear a few sounds. I know you can't hear them, but I also can't. I'm just imagining what the plane would sound like once they start those turbines up, getting ready to hop on down. So let's find out exactly where that flight path is going to be going as we get ready to jump right into the action. It is the first match here. Well, essentially, it is going to be match 3 from day 4. That's what it says down in the bottom left. So we are just replaying match 3 from day 4. So let's see how our second run is going to come through here for match 3 of day 4. Ooh, nice start though, flight path, as we could obviously see all the way up towards the north. So now it's just going to be a situation, a matter as to where that zone is going to be taking us, and how these teams are going to be looking to get themselves situated, positioned, and spread out. We're also going to be waiting in anticipation to see exactly where that zone is going to be taking us, and whether or not that is going to be potentially providing a few challenges. Right, you can see our stats there on the side as well are definitely leading with regards to something. Again, my Livik not being exactly on point, but that could be the utilities, because we did see R yesterday securing themselves 3 eliminations, and all 3 of that came through from utilities. So that is a very high probability, right? We're going to go with that one. We'll say that is exactly what we looked at just then. In the meanwhile, you see that zone taking a slightly more southern positioning. Again, not as aggressive as we've seen before. If you recall back on day 4 for phase 1, when we had 3 southern shifts coming through on that lovely Erangel day. But now the teams pretty much just sticking up to those northern territories. No one really just yet venturing all the way down south. RTG Quest looking for a bit of a situation there. Ooh, W7 now could get encircled by the gangsters, but they have R8 also now to worry about. If we look over on towards that eastern side, it is going to be the ARB champions taking a very wide spread with vision heading straight up towards Multi Power. So nothing really out of the ordinary on that front. A lot of movement coming through from the gangsters. Ooh, Quest now just managing to evacuate themselves, as they are going to be pulling back into Gatka. RTG now going to be just claiming the territory there, up in towards the lovely chopsticks. NIGMA in the usual position. Gangsters on GEEKAY, or GEEKAY rather, all the way over in towards Rozok. KR, also nothing out of the ordinary, positioned up in towards School. You can see the plays here from Slime Machine and Twisted. Looking to find a bit of a play, a bit of an angle. But now as we wait, we could potentially see quite a few things now coming through. So yesterday, round about this point, right? Match 3, day 4. The Erangel situation was looking a little bit different. If you recall, the performance that we had from our respective teams coming through on that. Of course, the chicken went to the side there of NIGMA. NASR actually secured themselves 16 eliminations. NIGMA walking away with 10. Let's see if they'll be able to replicate those efforts, replicate those results. The CONQUEROR Iraq now just looking to get themselves situated, moving down from on high. Our first team out yesterday was the side of Twisted, but this time holding all the way up in towards the Novorepnoya container yard. That is not necessarily going to be the play here. Conquer looking a little bit aggressive. As they start pushing up, they finished in 6th position previously with 2 eliminations up. So maybe they could be attempting... Actually, no, they finished with 5 eliminations to their name. They could be looking to really push the envelope. But again, now slow, steady movement. Team's not going to be looking to get too overly aggressive. Instead, keeping it nice and concise. The push is going to come through though. Let's see where these teams will go, as it does seem like CONQUEROR Iraq at least managing to sneak around a big majority of the lobby here. They could be pushing all the way down into Primorsk, or maybe just looking to squeeze up in towards Ferry Pier. Because the interesting RTG... Oh yes, you are right, it was indeed side of RTG. Yes, they won with 6 eliminations. Yep, just got taken out first. Second place went to the GANGSTERS. We had Slime Machine then securing themselves all the way in 3rd place with those 4 eliminations. Brute Force got 5. Yeah, I'm looking at the right thing right now. But here we go, KR. A bit of a play. They could find Imad. Very interesting start coming through for Triple. Having that solo so separated. I mean, you can't really say that Imad is busy scouting. So the reason for the repeat is because the zone went a little bit wonky, if you remember. Yesterday, as I mentioned, match 3 was an exceptionally tough Erangel. Right, so as a result, we are just replaying it, giving those teams another opportunity to try and bring in a little bit better approach, right? Because this time around, the zone is much kinder. It is not such an insane play. Again, a little bit more towards that southern side, but not as overly aggressive as we had before. So a few unusual circle settings is the result. So in order to ensure the competitive integrity, we are just replaying the match, ensuring that we give all the teams the appropriate opportunity, right, to play the best possible game that they can. So I hope that answered your question. But meanwhile, let's see what is going to come through here. So we are now just going to be staring at the screen, waiting for a bit of that push, a bit of that play to find its way in. So CONQUEROR Iraq securing themselves that first elimination. Ooh, nice little shift coming through there. Heading over to very centered up on the side of R8. But again, right, it's not exactly within Pachinki, but this time around, I'm curious to see who's going to be looking to get themselves situated up into the church north of Pachinki. It could maybe be the side there of GEEKAY. Usually that's the kind of rotation that we see come through from NIGMA, but it does seem like they've decided to rather venture further down south. Of course, the position that they were in was, at that point, very center zone. Brute Force taking a little bit more of a leisurely stroll up towards the northern side. Coops and Freak, though, are going to be looking to push up onto the front line. They've been able to identify the side there of Triple. Triple might now be in trouble. Triple Esports also so far having a rather decent run when it comes to their overall Erangel performance. I mean, sitting with 74 total points, 48 eliminations. It is going to be a very, very healthy dose. But again, it is going to be heavily reliant on how they play through this one. Of course, having NIGMA just held up in the vicinity is not going to make things all that easy. Especially not looking at the side there of Triple. I mean, it could be a potential pincer play. Because we do see the players from KR situated up into Chinky. So Triple are going to have a pretty tough time getting themselves rotated out of the situation. But it does at least seem for the time being that NIGMA aren't too focused on them. Instead, keeping their eyes and their ears open. As we do have the side of R8. Ooh, just hovering on the edge. Meanwhile, RTG going to be turning their focus onto the side here of the Gangsters with Walsh and Kevin. Holding back. Is this going to be a 2-2 split coming through from the Gangsters? So for those of you just joining us, we are replaying match 3 from yesterday. Because there was a few bugs. So to give the teams a fair opportunity, that is why we are heading in here. So this is going to be the players from Group A, B, D, and E. After this match, we'll be returning to day 5, right? So this is the second run at day 4. As we are waiting for that zone to close on through. As you can see, the blue is going to be making its way on in. So this map is purely for match integrity, right? That is why we're here. And then we'll get over to day 5, right? So essentially I can say hello everyone and welcome to day 4, match 3, because that's where we are right now as we are centering up right onto Pachinki. KR very centered up. I'm quite sure if that is going to be a very comfortable position to be in, especially now looking at the sheer number of teams rotating up in their direction. GEEKAY going to be rotating through from the north. We got Quest coming through from that western side alongside the players from CONQUEROR. NIGMA still holding very steady all the way down to that far southern edge. Next X though, going to be jumping at the opportunity as Twisted Minds get run right over. So the previous match 3 of day 4, as we saw, Twisted got sent back with 1 elimination, but they got taken out all the way in 16th position. So let's see whether or not they can change up those positionings. Will they be able to change out the outcome of this one? AZ now up on the roof. Gangsters definitely come knocking on the door. They are going to be looking to replicate those 8 eliminations they were able to find previously. Now with Jafar with a beautiful jump shot. That is exactly the way that they could really kick that ball into play. But a beautiful off angle being held there by the side of Crypto. But that is not exactly the kind of play that we want to see. Twisted, again, playing a very similar kind of strategy as to what we saw yesterday from them. But all we can do at this point is hope for the best, of course. Stark contrast right now, pulling all the way into Chinky. And about this time yesterday, we moved all the way down that far southern edge. The team's having such a tough time to get themselves in. Now it is going to be the Gangsters rotating right into the side of RTG. Hey, buddy, not opening up that door. Could have found themselves a little bit of Kalaga action, but a beautiful nade coming through from the edge. Kevin trying to see if they can find Rio. They can hear the footsteps, but they can't see them. Rio playing those big brain strats. Oh, it is game on. Galaga is down. Hey, buddy, secures the hit. RTG could be running into quite a bit of an issue here. Can't believe that. I don't think that they are going to be all too happy with that. Well, this time around, RTG is going to be the first team into the lobby, as Crypto manages to hold on, playing for that survivability. Unfortunately, RTG getting sent back with not a single point to their name. Quest now really going to be looking to turn up the heat. Up into Pachinki. Down goes Crypto as Brute Force look to make a bit of a play. Gangsters already up to 6 eliminations. I mean, only 2 away from their previous performance. Let's see if they'll be able to continue on with this trend. In the meanwhile, R8 also going to be looking to push in from that northwestern side. We got Ida and Esketon rotating a little bit further down south, opening up the opportunities. Brute Force coming through with a spread of their own. A little bit of a knock on the door coming in here. Alright, trying to capitalize on the plateau. Ooh, but Esketon can't afford to do too much of that, as the health bar is not working in their favor. Instead, they get just ripped out of that vehicle. Now being down to a 3-piece does potentially change up the dynamic here for them. Of course, they are also yet to get themselves secured within that zone. But Brute Force going to be feeling quite satisfied with the outcome here. They've been able to at least clear up their own rotational path moving forward. But it's again not going to be the easiest one, as we can see. R8 having a bit of an opportunity. They've got that line of sight moving towards this hill. Now, where things get quite interesting for Brute Force is if they decide to venture a little bit further south, that is where they could be bumping into the side of Conqueror Iraq. And of course, NIGMA Galaxy with a beautiful 2-2 split set up as well, as we now jump up into Pachinki. There's going to be Slime Machine and the ARB Champions situated towards the southern edge. Get GEEKAY just on their western side. KR now just being absolutely bombarded by Quest. Let's see if they'll be able to survive this. R8 also now going to be pushing forward, looking to get themselves maybe up into the compound. But as you can see, that compound is already occupied by the side of Triple. Vehicle explosion does put R8 now in quite a tough spot here, as Ida is going to be the last hopeful. Not quite sure if they are going to be able to get themselves out of this one, as we also then wait for the zone to close on through. A lot of edge positional play coming through towards this more southern side of the zone, but a greater angle onto Triple. We're already talking about Brute Force stepping up the ante, and this is exactly the kind of play that we need to see from the Broody Fruities. Oh, but the hit is in. Ida goes right on down, as Mer sneaks it in with a great play there from Ado as well. Brute Force really looking to blaze their way open. Clear that rotational pathway. But now the difficult work, tough part comes through, especially looking up to Pachinki itself, right? The zone having shifted a little bit more towards the western side. NextX and ARB going to be fighting it out, as NextX also then gets backed up and shipped out. Not a single point to their name, just falling a little bit short of those placement points. As we know, only from 8th position upwards is where we can see those placement points coming through. So teams still having to try and secure themselves a few eliminations. So Vision, Triple, and W7 gonna have to try and prioritize a little bit more of that aggression at this stage. Oh, that spread from NIGMA though is going to be working out as Koops locks in. A beautiful hit. You got to watch out. The Gangsters not going to shy away from aggression instead. It is going to be Kevin now. To get uprooted, down they go. Walsh going to be looking for a little bit of that hard cover to hold on to, but Jafar also gets found. And this is now the Gangsters, unfortunately, meeting their end. At least, they do find themselves 6 eliminations. And here we go. That's Ricardo from ARB. Also struggles with a little bit of that zone positioning. ARB now solely reliant on Smoker and QTAL all the way up towards that far northern side. But again, they still have to push forward, and there's several teams now just waiting up ahead of them. So it is going to be a pretty tall order. Meanwhile, Conqueror, ooh, falling victim to the NIGMA spray as well. As we do say goodbye to Tiger. NIGMA already up onto 5. Shaco, you need to be careful though. Freak is not going to relent. They are going to just keep on applying as much pressure as they can. Koops getting a little bit more emboldened, rotating all the way to that far eastern side, getting run over by the side of Vision. Rauf tried to pull off a bit of a rescue, but unfortunately that is not going to be on the cards. Now the knock fighting its way up onto Santa as GEEKAY get absolutely rushed. The pressure is there. Ragnar holding up to a good defensive strat, but up comes the push. The rush is in. Sly really going to be looking to capitalize here, show a little bit of that dominance as well. As GEEKAY are now down to a 2-piece. It's going to be Hope and Gaith. Just trying to defend. Surprisingly, we do see Slime Machine getting wiped under the rug. As GEEKAY does a few GEEKAY things. And that is now going to be the side of GEEKAY up to 6 eliminations. Pretty much on par with what we saw come through from the Gangsters. NIGMA and Brute Force holding on to 5 eliminations respectively. But NIGMA not going to be settling for just 5, right? They are going to be looking to lock in even more. The craziest chicken we've seen so far was, of course, 22 eliminations. But could we have a potential repeat of that? Oh, up comes Headslow. Alright, so ARB going out in 10th. Nice angle here by Tapok. Does find Freak. Freak very isolated from Lord and Rauf. But could we see that full-on plunge coming through? Oh, there we go. The trade is in. Now, NIGMA down to Lord. This could still be in the bag for the side of Vision. Not going to be looking to give it up just yet. Instead, they can potentially taste a little bit of that success. Meanwhile, it is going to be the end of the road for Brute Force. A very surprising turn of events, though. I mean, rotating up from that northwestern side. Thought they were in the clear. Now, it is going to be Freak coming under fire as well. The confirmation is in. NIGMA down to a solo. Right, Al-Hajj and the rest of Quest also going to be looking to gatekeep a bit of this Pachinki here. Utility gets dispersed. KR though, focusing their efforts over to the side here of GEEKAY. Could be an easy clap. But we are also now just within the placement point territory. Vision going to be making their rush, pulling through from that southern side. Tapok now just knocking on the door there. Oh, but the nade is going to find them. And that really makes it so exceptionally challenging. But of course, this is how Brute Force met the end as well. Conqueror, Iraq just pushing on through. But here we go, the final 8 now. Looking for a bit of a play, looking for a bit of an opportunity. Alright, so Quest not getting clear line of sight. Good position though for them, as they do have the zone right behind them. So they can focus their efforts on just trying to defend the edge. W7 also now creeping in, as we can see. Ooh, Ali playing a very dangerous game right here. Opting for a little bit of that blue damage. Doesn't seem like they've been able to lock in on target. But looking at the zone, it could also prove to be quite challenging. There we go. Hope now springing into action. Finds the first, the second. Down goes KR, but down goes GEEKAY as well. Beautiful hit. Gante, just pinpoint accurate. W7 yet to find themselves a few points. But GEEKAY getting sent out with 8 eliminations, the same then, or rather 8 points to the name. NIGMA also then picking up 8. Well, 2 of those going through from placement, the other being the share of the elimination, 6 to their name. Right, that is also then the end of the road for Vision. The teams are starting to drop like flies. Oh, Triple could definitely play quite a bit of an upset, especially holding on to that southwest eastern side rather. But here we go. Quest trying to inch their way on forward. Having to disengage from Pachinki, the zone, not giving them many other options. W7. Good hold that they've got here. A lot of smokes. The angles are there. Ahajek goes down. It's now going to be all reliant on Easy. But this zone shift now spells quite a bit of trouble coming through for the side of Triple. Because they have to relinquish control of this compound. They have to jump out and get themselves positioned into zone. But they are going to be looking to hold on as long as they possibly can. Quest now playing the long game. Easy, super low on health. They don't have any meds left. So the heal is going to be a very tough one at this stage. A relentless effort coming through here from the side of Conqueror Iraq. Still sitting with their 3 players up. Same going for the side of W7 and Triple as well. Waleed now fishing for those hit markers, but they only need 1 successful hit to end it for Easy. W7 also yet to get themselves secured, but a beautiful response coming through there from Hero. Following those sound indicators. The sound cues to lock in. Triple going to be looking to maybe find a bit of a position here. It is now relying on result, and damn, pushing for that res is going to be very, very risky. Meanwhile, Conqueror Iraq looking to capitalize as they do find Hero. Waleed Dika still going to be holding nice and steady, but again, just hugging those bushes. Easy showing us that you don't necessarily need meds to make it into those late few stages. As a lot of the focus now gets applied across the board. GEEKAY also getting found. Oh, but this could be the end, and it is indeed. As easy has been found. Off they go. Quest now having to settle for a 4th place finish. W7 also finding themselves in a very tough position. Only 3 eliminations up in 3rd. But now it is between the side here of Triple and CONQUEROR to fight for that winner chicken dinner. Already a vast change up in comparison to what we saw in the previous match. Right, the previous version of game number 3. Now's the opportunity. This is the play now for Quest to make that knock, alleviating a little bit of the pressure, opening the door, but with Shaker also now getting taken down, it does put them on very even footing. Now Dam getting found. Oh, this could be the play now for CONQUEROR Iraq to conquer the lobby. As Ahmad is going to be the final player standing between them and that potential winner chicken dinner. DBS at this range, not ideal, and there goes J9 to lock it in. The winner chicken dinner going straight over to the side of CONQUEROR Iraq. What a play indeed. Very successful run, doing so with 12 eliminations to their name. So very happy day over on the CONQUEROR Iraq side, and there we go, right. Now, concluding day 4, so that means that we are going to be taking a look at those leaderboards to see exactly where the teams find themselves, also taking a look at the match ranking, but then we are going to be joining back in onto day number 5. So we're having 2 days in one, right? The last little bit of day 4, and then of course now we are going to be heading back to the usual play. Of course, it is going to be Group A, B, C, and D that are going to be stepping into our next match, showing us what they can bring to that battlefield, and of course, just how much of an upset they can bring in as well. Let me just double check that it is indeed going to be as I said. Yes, A, B, C, D. So, yep, that is back to normal right after this. But of course, first up, we need to take a look and see what those match rankings are. How many points our respective teams were able to secure. We did see those 12 eliminations being secured, then coming in from the side of CONQUEROR Iraq. So, glorious winner chicken dinner on their side. But, well, what did the rest of the lobby do? Right, that is going to be the question that we will be looking to get answered right here. And of course, we'll be jumping into that very, very soon. But I hope you guys are ready for day number 5 to kick off. Right? Of course, as we know, for our first match of day 5, we are going to be venturing over into the lovely Miramar to see what all the action can bring for us. But in the meanwhile, let's see where those leaderboards are going to be taking us. As I mean, this time around, the zone being much, much kinder to the teams. Of course, the settings returning to usual, but also a slightly different spread across the board with regards to those available eliminations. I mean, Triple only managing to find themselves 3 for a grand total of 9 points. With CONQUEROR Iraq locking in a glorious 22-pointer. Quest then also secured on 9, but instead they got 5 eliminations. So you can see GEEKAY then also picking up 7. We did have the GANGSTERS and NIGMA also then picking up 6 respectively, with Brute Force coming through on 5. But NEXX, R8, Twisted, and of course RTG, unfortunately getting sent back. Not having the exact run that they would have wanted to. But at the end of the day, it is what it is, right? The previous day 4, match 3, that was RTG that got themselves that winner chicken dinner. So having them go out in 16th place, yeah, I can't think that they are going to be feeling all too happy about it. But of course, well, as we are approaching day number 5, they will have the opportunity to try and rectify any eventualities. In the meanwhile, gotta commend the side here of W7. Some phenomenal angles that they were holding, but CONQUEROR Iraq just going over and above. Triple also really stepping up the performance here. I think that the troubling play here for Ahmad was especially their weapon choice. I mean, you know, burst mode is not exactly the most opportune mode to be using. But yeah, good run coming through for CONQUEROR. 2100 damage, 12 eliminations, 1700 going to NIGMA. W7, GEEKAY also hitting 1600, and Quest just missing 1600 with 16 points with regards to damage. So a pretty decent approach though. W7, a lot of shooting, unfortunately not having a lot of those eliminations come through. It is going to be Shaco walking away with the most eliminations. Then it is going to be Hero with the most damage. Alhaje finding those two utility finishes with Crazy and J9 then with their representation for the side of CONQUEROR Iraq. 306 meter hit and essentially a 15-kilometer distance being covered on that one. But yes, there we go. Day 4 now concluded, wrapped up completely and utterly, and that's it, right? We are now ready to hop into day number 5. Here's to see if we are going to be taking another look at those overall rankings to see, of course, then how this match 3 impacts the overall positioning of our respective teams. I don't think it is going to be bringing in any major crazy upsets. Of course, well, who am I to say, right? We'll be finding out soon enough exactly whether or not that, of course, then was the case. If that was indeed the situation. But a glorious run coming through for the side of CONQUEROR Iraq. A very healthy dose of eliminations. That also then slightly ups the ante for them with regards to their performance on the lovely map of Erangel itself. Now they are secured within that 8th position. But of course, speaking of positions and points, here we go, taking a look at the overall standings. So it is going to be NIGMA sitting at the top. Quest now, ooh, getting moved all the way into a lovely 4th position. Wow, that is quite the play though. But of course, Brute Force also now just upping a little bit of a play there. GEEKAY getting moved down into 9th position as RTG was able to hop just up ahead of them. Triple also moving upwards and onwards. NASR also then climbing all the way up into that 17th position. Now pretty much on par with the side there of NEXX. So as we are about to head into day number 5's matches, right, this is where I think a lot of the pressure is going to come through here, because the teams now know where they find themselves as we've now readjusted the points, ensuring that everyone has had a fair opportunity to play out with the appropriate settings. But now as we are going to be stepping in, right, it is going to be the addition there of Group E that are going to be sitting out for the first match here. So it is going to be Group A, B, C, and D. So E consists of RTG, Slime Machine, Triple, and W7. So they'll be joining us back in match number 2, right? Technically match number 3, but match number 2 for the actual day number 5. So yeah, let's see what the momentum is going to be here. There are a few teams already having a little bit of a warm-up. I believe, of course, then the players from Group C, not necessarily playing anything right now, but they've had that chance to get themselves prepped up in anticipation of what this very first Miramar could be bringing through. Now, with regards to expectations, what we could potentially see happening here is I mean, Falcons could definitely look to bring in quite a bit of a dominating performance. We could look at something for the side there of R8. But essentially, I think a lot of the focus for me here is going to be, again, on a team like Brute Force, right? Historically, exceptionally strong with regards to those winner-winner chicken dinners when it comes to the map of Miramar. But also Twisted Mind and Triple. This could be their chance to secure their very first winner-winner chicken dinners. Of course, W7 also being a team to look at here when we look at what they've been able to secure so far across the board. They have a grand total of 39 winner-winner chicken dinners. Oh, not winner-winner chicken dinners. Eliminations. Probably helps if I read the right numbers. Right, then if we look over onto the side of the players there from RTG, they also find themselves then on 52. Now, I believe those are going to be their total placement. No, those are indeed the eliminations for this phase so far. So a little bit of a difference coming through between those two. But the opportunity is there for W7 to really step it up. I mean, currently he's situated all the way within that 16th place. And just as we take a look at the stats, I press buttons, which I'm not supposed to press. But these are our top performers when it comes to Miramar, right? R8 holding on there with a 5.79 average. Of course, if you times that by 14, you find yourself on 81 eliminations. Falcons then coming through on 78. We've got NIGMA on 70. We've got players there from GEEKAY on 65. And then, of course, Quest sitting on a very comfortable 69, right, with those two winner-winner chicken dinners. So Falcons and NIGMA, the only two teams within the top 5 that have not secured 2 victories just yet. Of course, they all have that winner chicken dinner. But only as we get down to our 12th team on the list with regards to those Miramar performances, that is where we find the first team that are yet to secure themselves a winner chicken dinner, right? That, of course, being the side of Twisted Minds. So as we are going to be hopping into the action, I'm really looking forward to seeing what these teams are going to be looking to bring to the table. As we know, right, this is going to be go time. This is the last opportunity to secure as many points as they possibly can. So obviously, Slime Machine not going to have that opportunity to play the Erangel, same with RTG, W7, and Triple. So even though we did take a look at W7's overall points, they're going to have to wait for the technical match 2 of day 5 to find its way on through. Of course, that is going to be over on Erangel. So again, the opportunity will present itself for that continuation. But R8, I mean, this is their chance to push those total points beyond 129, because that is what they find themselves on currently. I mean, Falcons sitting on 125, so only 4 points separating those 2 teams when it comes to the map of Miramar. But at the end of the day, it's all going to come down to how that zone is going to play out, where the flight path is going to be going, and how these teams are going to be looking to play through, especially these early few stages. So if you've got any predictions with regards to that, right, any inkling as to where you think the flight path or zone could be going, let me know in the chat. Let me know where you would want it to go, as we are going to be hopping onto the plane to see exactly where our teams will be finding themselves. Of course, starting all the way at that southern side of the zone of the map. See the lovely Los Leones, La Bendita Graveyard and such, all now positioned up ahead of us. As we head into our first official match for day number 5. A slightly eastern flight path can be finding its way on through here. So we could either see the zone be complementary or looking to throw a bit of a spanner in the works. Maybe pulling all the way over onto El Pozo. I'm sure the gangsters are also just going to wait until they can reach the end of the flight path, looking to get themselves situated up into the lovely Campo Militar. So ONYX Raven's going to be sticking to their guns. Heading out, looking for that lovely western positioning. Interesting drop though, coming in the direction there of Puerto. As you can see, CONQUEROR opting a little bit more onto the side there. Ooh, but a beautiful zone up onto a very centered position up in the crater. So next X this time around, going to be looking to play through Puerto. NIGMA going for the usual kind of spread there. Los Leones not going to be overly populated, as we only have ARB champions. Vision in the meanwhile are going to be looking to opt for a little bit of that more Impala position here. Hey, what's up, Sticks? Welcome, 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 welcome. Doing well, right? Welcome as we hop into our first official match here for day number 5. So today is going to be an interesting one. It's going to be a 7-match day, as we just wrapped up day 4. Now it is back to business. You got R8 and Brute Force. Ooh, quite close to each other. They're up in towards San Martin. The Twisted taking a bit of a positioning more onto Hacienda del Patron. Interesting to see Never Alone also going for a bit of a scout. I mean, we already did see Alhaji doing exactly that. But nothing out of the ordinary here for the ONYX Ravens. Taking that lovely southwestern starting point. ONYX Ravens already finding themselves 2 winner chicken dinners, so they are going to be feeling quite comfortable when it comes to the lovely map of Miramar. Sitting with a 11% success rate out of the 15 Miramars that they've played up until this point. I mean, 58 eliminations, that is also not a bad share to have. And that is also exactly the same amount of eliminations that a team like RTG has, for instance. But we are going to be finding out pretty soon what these teams will be doing, as that blue zone is going to be forcing them to push on forward. Falcons not going to be feeling rather all too phased here. As you can see, them coming through with an average of 4.43 eliminations per match. Now that equates to 78 eliminations out of 15 matches. So a few of the teams out on the battlefield here have played 14 Miramars. Others have played 15. As we've taken a look at 18 different Miramars so far through this entire event. Very impressive spray from SK Tondo with that red dot at such a range. That is quite impressive to see. But unfortunately, well, it is not going to result in the outcome that they were looking for. As Brute Force managed to survive. Not going to be feeling all too phased. Quest also with a beautiful setup up in towards Al Azahar. Holding within our top 5, coming through with 105 points. So this could be interesting to play, especially also then for the Gangsters, right? They've got 96 total points secured on this map. I mean, GEEKAY sitting on 112. So a slightly different situation between those two. But, I mean, GEEKAY, they've got 2 chickens. Gangsters, they've got 2 chickens. So there's no reason for them to not have yet another winner chicken dinner come through. If we look over onto the side here of IKURD, they've been showing quite a bit of capability with regards to eliminations. Again, placement points, not always necessarily working out in their favor. Only finding themselves 12 out of 15. So that means a little bit less than 1 placement point per Miramar that they've been playing so far. So the Gangsters now making their way on through. Nice and leisurely stroll all the way up from that Campo Militar position. But the Gangsters only about 6 points away from where Slime Machine find themselves up on that leaderboard. And as we know, Slime Machine is not here. So this is going to be that opportunity for the Gangsters maybe to overtake them, right? But they are going to need at least 6 points on the board. As we know, today is going to be the race for the top 12. So Twisted Minds secured up into the top 12 with a lovely 192 points. Well, that is on the overall standings. Maybe let me look at the phase standings. That should maybe be a little bit more accurate. Alright, so CONQUEROR Iraq got 81 points in 12th place. We'll see that at the top there. There we go. So that is essentially going to be that gatekeeping position, right? Looking to see if anyone can contest that. The other points that I was talking about was on the big overall standings, right? Phase 1, Phase 2 combined. Meanwhile, KR getting right down to business, looking for a bit of a play here. They have found themselves that first elimination. I mean, Vision essentially tied with CONQUEROR Iraq. Both teams sitting on 81 points. So I expect especially the top 15 to be quite contentious. So with IKURD, Twisted, Vision, and CONQUEROR really going to be trying to defend and gatekeep that top 12 position. Because essentially they will have the opportunity to decide who is going to be making it over into Livik. Good Lord Kratos joining us in the chat as well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Wassalamu alaikum. Brute Force yet to rotate through. The same can be said for IKURD and the ONYX Ravens, as all 3 teams are still sipping on some blue juice. The rest of the lobby very well secured right here. If we look back to the previous phase to give us a bit of an idea as to what we could be expecting to see, right? GEEKAY got themselves the winner chicken dinner. Brute Force secured themselves a 2nd place finish. Going through with those 4 eliminations. Quest, they really popped off with 9 eliminations. So let's see if that is going to be the consistency that we could maybe be having come through here. As we have at least all 3 of those teams on this battlefield yet again. But ARB now going to be finding themselves smack dab center zone. A little bit of a throw coming through from that zone as it pulls all the way down into Los Leones. Alright, so apparently this could be the first victory come through for IKURD. Says Habib. Ooh, I mean, that could be pretty good. Right, if you were curious as to how Coops met their end. Well, this is exactly how CONQUEROR Iraq again with the plays. Now GEEKAY going to be looking to push for center zone coming through from that northern approach. We got NASR now trying to lock down the edge here. They got R8 contesting. Both teams having a bit of that ridgeline coverage to play off of. Oh, Xenox, that could be a beautiful reach, but now Starch in so much trouble down the hill. A very spread play. Falcons also could be really looking to play the upset here. Shout out coming through for Team NIGMA. Alright, so those are essentially our 2 predictions, right? So it's either between IKURD and NIGMA, according to the chat. Ooh, Prestige. No, down they go. As NASR gets the wipe, down is the end. Right, that is the play for R8. Not a single point on board. Well, I mean, it's not, we don't have anything to compare with, as we know. Last week, at exactly this point, IKURD, or R8 rather, they weren't in this lobby. But it is an unfortunate position to be in, regardless. You never want to be the first team to go warm up that lobby. Of course, you can have your share of donuts, as it is at the donut shop. So might as well enjoy your time. Meanwhile, Falcons going to be looking for a bit of an opportunity here. Ooh, they're yet to secure themselves a decent position moving forward. But NASR, already finding some success, are going to be looking to capitalize. Xenox carrying the team, apparently. I mean, with 2 eliminations up, I can see why you say that. But it's not a given just yet, right? We have seen Spec, J7, and Starch also step it up in their own respective ways. Now that zone is going to be forcing their hand. NASR need to disengage. They need to rotate forward. The same can be said for the Falcons. And speaking of Starch, I mean, here they are, finding themselves on the front line, defending against the advances coming through from Falcons. But Falcons are having a bit of a prediction there. Quest and R8 also getting their respective predictions. As we know, the prediction for R8 is not going to come true. As, well, they're not in this match anymore. So let's see whether or not Quest and Falcons could potentially look to clutch this one out. If you agree, let me know in the chat. If you don't agree, also let me know in the chat. Xenox getting the GOAT call out. Well, they could be the first one from NASR now to touch this next zone. Looking to secure themselves a bit of a foothold, a bit of an anchor point moving on forward. Meanwhile, IKURD giving a nice and quiet. Ali just double checking those sight lines down onto the side of Golden. Again, don't want to play too much of an upset here. GEEKAY and NIGMA now on the very edge of Los Leones as the zone has pulled a little bit more up onto the northeastern side. So I'm quite happy to see that we are not going to be sitting here with the city finish. The city finishes, those are really tough to play through. But so far it seems like the teams are all looking to play a little bit more of a strategic game here, right? No one really looking to get overly aggressive, overextend. It's almost like it's a little bit of that hurry up and wait speaking about a wait, it is not going to be the case over here for NASR. As you see J7 and Sanhok encroaching onto the side of IKURD. Aram with a little bit of that pre-fire. Unfortunately, not going to be able to find anything. But this is where I want to see how NASR are going to be looking to breach in here. Because we got the side of ARB holding up onto, well, that high ground positioning. So it's going to be a pretty tough one to play for both these teams. Unless, of course, you do that. Right, you just fly down the hill. And that is ARB firing a few hits. Ooh, brute force. Find themselves in a bit of a troubling position as well. But now let's see whether or not QTEL and the rest of ARB will be able to find NASR as we jump over onto brute force. Mur and Prepon already down. Now it's up to Mind and Ado. Ooh, but that, no. Man, brute force having a very tough play. Next X stepping it up like it's no one's business. But you gotta watch out though. See the players there from CONQUEROR Iraq and ONYX Ravens. Ooh, holding in the vicinity. Ador now feeling a little bit of that heat, a bit of that pressure. Unfortunately for them, Nawaf can't reach all the way in. Saad saying, my favorite player is Crypto. Yeah, Crypto is one of our GOATs. Ooh, phenomenal work coming through there from Nawaf. I agree with that statement. IKURD saying, not today, not today. Instead, just dipping out. I mean, you can't fault them for that, right? They are going to be looking to play for survivability. They are going to be looking to improve their overall performance with regards to the lovely Erangel. As they are in need of a few more placement points, right? Definitely not shy when it comes to the eliminations, sitting on 49. But with only 12 placement points, they could definitely do with a few more. In the meanwhile, Nawaf now paying the price for getting a little bit cheeky with the utilities as they rotate forward. They find themselves into the side of the ONYX Ravens. Dexter now going to be the last one. Vision and Falcons going toe-to-toe as well. Oh, Volt with a cheeky hit up onto Never Alone. Beautiful defense coming through from Vision as they lock it in. That is Falcons getting punched out in 15th place, at least finding that one elimination. But here we go now. The fights will continue as it is going to be the Gangsters looking to encroach on Vision. We just saw what Vision did to the Falcons. So will we see Gangsters maybe having better odds? So it is a slight bit of a standoff. I like that position coming through from CONQUEROR as well. What is everybody doing? I mean, that's a good nade, but it's not good that you find your own teammate with the nade instead. I don't think Jafar is all too happy about that one coming through. But let's see what Volt and Discrim are going to be bringing in. And essentially, you can say the only team that is able to take down the Gangsters with utility is the Gangsters themselves. Right, that says a lot about the team. But let's see what they are going to say in response to Vision. Oh, Jafar getting so close. But unfortunately, with only 2 rounds in that magazine, it's not the easiest play to secure. Meanwhile, we do say goodbye to the side of Brute Force, as they will have to settle for 14th. See the aggression now just getting dialed up between NEXX and CONQUEROR down south. And of course, then the players there from the Gangsters up north as they found themselves a little bit of that Vision. So down to 12 teams we go. Vision at least walking away with 4 points, 4 eliminations. NIGMA also looking to make a bit of a play here. I mean, they are down to essentially, well, 2 players, right? Oh, and this was that strat. That was the angles being held. As next X just came rushing on forward. And the blue zone slowly eating away at that health bar now. Raouf Lord trying to keep up the name here for NIGMA. Trying to bring in that consistency. I mean, NIGMA sitting with 71 eliminations. Run about to their name, so let's see whether or not they'll be able to find any more. Now, beautiful spray here as GEEKAY knocking in. Getting a jump on ARB. But that was only one, right? We still have 3 more ARB players. Osama, Smoker, and QTEL. Bit of a reach here. Oh, Spec with a good defense. Down goes Gaith now. Hope. Hoping that they can get that res secured as the ARB team now could really look to capitalize. The same can be said for the side here of NASR. Spec not going to be giving up that Overwatch position. Instead, keeping it nice and steady. Beautiful spray coming through, but down goes Xenox. Smoker getting traded for their discretions. Osama QTEL. Oh, looking to get the jump. Oh, nice trade. Beautiful work coming through from the ARB champions. Essentially now having to find Spec, but they can't get up the hill. A 1v2v1. QTEL, Spec. And then, of course, what is left of the side of, of GEEKAY here. We do also then say goodbye to the side of CONQUEROR. They get sent out in 11th place. Only 2 eliminations to their name. But yes, the Broody Fruities, unfortunately. Well, we had to say goodbye to them. Gaith with a beautiful head up onto Xenox. So again, Spec finds themselves in quite a difficult position here. A bit of a wibble wobble coming through on that one. Ooh, NIGMA surprisingly also then getting taken on down. So this could be the clutch. This could be the play now. Let's see how far GEEKAY can look to push this one. Oh, very unfortunate play as Xenox falls to their end, their own demise. Well, the good thing is they're not giving that elimination up to anybody. Meanwhile, ARB will get shipped out as well. Down they go. Right now, KR going to be holding a bit of a position. Trying to see if they can find the ONYX Ravens. No, it is going to be Quest and the Gangsters. Oh, Kevin looking to step it up. Finds the first. Going to be looking to find Easy as well. Walsh on the approach. Trying to fortify. Oh, they get it done. Quest getting swept under that rug. As the Gangsters are now up onto 5 eliminations. Quest, unfortunately, only with 2. But they do find their share of those placement points coming through as well. ONYX Ravens now going to be playing a 2-2 split. R and Lath holding on to the west. Saleh and Saad opting to the east. So let's see if GEEKAY can hold. Only 2 players up. Hope and Gaith can already make quite a bit of magic happen between the 2 of them. But not going to be the easiest zone to play through, as we still have 4 teams left on full squads. IKURD, of course, yet to find themselves a few eliminations as well. Gangsters now trying to make their push. We've got Twisted Minds just holding to their south. Evo Station and Dammy, the final 2 contenders. I want to see what IKURD are going to be doing. Will we see those eliminations being secured? I mean, they have pretty decent control of the compounds. They have a 2-2 split as well. But are they going to be looking to extend their reach? Speaking about reach, though, Saad here from the ONYX Ravens going to be looking to do exactly that. The Gangsters also just testing the water here. A very, very curious push. Oh, but Walsh, you gotta watch out. Up comes Evo Station, finds Kevin. Walsh could now be in so much danger. Twisted Minds looking to clutch it out. Dammy with a relentless spray. This could be the end of the road though for Kevin. Gangsters getting caught with a beautiful surprise. There we go. The elimination is in. Twisted Minds up to 2. IKURD going to be looking to make their play as well. Pushing down. Looking to get the jump in on GEEKAY and the ONYX Ravens while they still have the numbers to utilize. But they're going to have to be quick about it. As you can see, we got KR also paying pretty close attention to the southern edge. It's hard to resist. Teams here being so elevated. Hope now taking a bucket load of damage. Up comes the spray. Aramda's full. Oh, and Ali and Azzy closes it out. Helping GEEKAY out the door. Beautiful play. 6 eliminations going to the side there of GEEKAY. IKURD securing their first 2. ONYX Ravens now holding on to 4. So they do get the hit up onto Golden. Again, now, IKURD rather. You gotta commit the efforts, right? They try to push on forward. They did a good job. But now the ONYX Ravens are gonna be looking to play the upset here. Down to the final 5 teams we go. Twisted the only team down on a duo. KR still rocking a full squad. Oh, beautiful angles here by Azzy as they do find Saleh. Now Lath and R. Are they going to allow this to continue? Are they potentially going to be looking to avenge their teammate? IKURD really having to work pretty quickly to get themselves secured within the zone, because once those southern teams start peering over the ridge lines, that could spell quite a bit of disaster then coming through for them. Doesn't seem like IKURD has been able to secure the angle just yet. But now R and Lath are going to try and double down with those utilities. Just trying to fend off the push. Keep IKURD at arm's reach. Oh, meanwhile, Gangsters, they tried their luck at the side of Evo Station and the rest of Twisted. As you can see, Dami and Evo Station are just lighting up that feed as well. But Ali gets the hit on to a buddy, and down goes Gangsters. KR now absolutely rampant here as they rush on forward. IKURD looking to apply the pressure, but up comes the MG3 from R, and that thing is just devastating. It rips through the entire squad, and that is going to be the end of the road. IKURD having to settle for a lovely 4th place finish and 3 eliminations. This could be the play for KR to make already 9 eliminations strong. Still essentially having all 4 players in this match. And they are going up against a solo and a duo. Unless, of course, R can get that res secured. So KR should have a very easy run at this. Have somewhat of a zonal positioning. Ooh, but with Salum being found, that really now starts to change things up. As the boards are getting evened out. It is solos across the field. Vigors Hassan with a slight bit of a spread. Does allow them a bit of a different approach to play at here. Vigors can focus down on towards Twisted. With Hassan potentially focusing up onto the ONYX Ravens. But I'm not quite sure if Hassan is aware of ONYX Ravens' positioning. Well, we are going to find out pretty dang soon. ONYX Ravens already holding on to 8 eliminations. So very aggressive performance that we've seen come through in this match. But now Hassan about to get tested as Lath goes down. KR up onto 11. Want to talk about odds potentially being in the favor here of KR. I mean, this could be exactly that. KR, Twisted, both teams going to be looking for their very first winner chicken dinner on the map of Miramar. But who will be the one to reign supreme? Twisted coming through with 5 eliminations up against the 11 from KR-E-SPORTS. It's all going to boil down to these final few pushes. I mean, both these teams also pretty consistent, pretty even with regards to their overall performances that we've seen unfold on the Miramar map. So it's essentially a 50-50% chance here. Dami trying to push up, looking to get themselves situated up in center zone. This is the 9th stage, right? So there's no zone after this. This is going to be the end. So it all comes down to the wire. Twisted now trying to get those health bars adjusted, wrapping themselves up for the inevitable as they get ready to play. Dami trying to strafe up. Evo Station keeping Overwatch. Ooh, could that nade be it? No, it overshoots. Doesn't find any damage. But the follow-up nade is there. Ooh, a nice little bit of an adjustment. Blue Zone bringing in quite a bit of a helping hand here. As you can see, Vigors just taking a big chunk of damage. Oh, up comes the play though. It is going to be up to Evo Station and Hassan to fight it out for that winner. What a chicken dinner, and it goes to the side of Twisted Minds, getting their first victory, their first taste of chicken on the lovely Miramar map. What a play, what a performance. Absolutely loving it. Twisted Minds rising out of the ashes. I mean, that's essentially what you would say for a Phoenix team, but you know, might as well. Phenomenal performance coming through there from the side of Twisted. Now, as we know, right, that changed things up a little bit, right? Our first chicken dinner for day 5, right now officially secured on the screen as well. It is locked in. It is what it is. So Twisted having a glorious opportunity there. But of course, it also brings in a bit of a shift with regards to what we see happening on our phase standings, as we'll be taking a look at that pretty soon. But that is also then the first winner chicken dinner coming through for Twisted Minds in this phase. And also then adding onto the tally, being their second winner chicken dinner coming through for the entire event. So they got their previous chicken back in phase 1, securing the second chicken now here in phase number 2. And of course, well, just in the nick of time, right? Day 5 is pushing it a little bit, but, you know, someone's got to find those chickens. So we are going to be taking a look at this match rankings to see exactly how many points our respective teams were able to secure. As you can see, KR walking away at the top of the board. Even though they settled for second, they got 11 eliminations, and that does put them 1 point ahead of Twisted Minds with the lovely 16. Gangsters, GEEKAY both coming through with their 8. We got Next, X, and Vision securing themselves 4 eliminations, and that is the grand tally of their points as well. Unfortunate play, though, for Brute Force and R8, as both of them will have to take a stop at the donut shop, not finding any points this time around. But a glorious run, though. Twisted Minds making quite a bit of movements, right? Quite a bit of a shake-up that they've brought in. They were definitely trying to secure themselves up into the top 12, as we know. That is what we are playing for here today. But let's take a look at a few of these amazing replays. I mean, this was quite a difficult position to defend, right? We did see this fight going on for quite some time between NASR, GEEKAY, and the players there from ARB Champions. But at least ARB were able to find those 2 eliminations. NASR got themselves 3. So it wasn't too much of a costly engagement. I mean, GEEKAY also then picking up 6. So I guess it works out. But you can't say anything about the MG3. ONYX Ravens are just capitalizing on the carnage. I mean, we saw that previously as well. I believe it was yesterday on Miramar. Big major upset being played. Deadly duo, Evo and Dami. Yes. We can call them the demo station, right? Or the demolition squad, whatever you want to call them. KR, though, pretty happy with the aggression there. Of course, a bucket load of eliminations coming out of it. But the strongest inversion rate is going to go over to the side of the ONYX Ravens. 8 eliminations out of 1,383 damage. So really good consistency being played out there. Evo Station, though, is going to be finding the most eliminations with Hope. And Gaith then securing the most damage and that nade finish with A Buddy coming through with the greatest distance traveled. And of course, R. Well, also very impressive stats coming through there. In fact, A Buddy with the longest hits, right? 351. Now, we've seen hits in excess of 400 meters, but still, 351. That is pretty impressive to see nonetheless. So very exciting start to our day here. Of course, our first Miramar of the day now being played and concluded. Of course, that only means one thing, right? Next up, we are going to be heading into our usual Erangel as well to see what our teams are going to be bringing through. Of course, this is also then going to be that opportunity for the players from Group D to take a bit of a break. Group E, they are going to be venturing out. So that is going to be RTG, Slime Machine, Triple, and W7 having the chance to show us what they can bring into the official first match or first Erangel of day 5. Speaking about day 5, it is leaderboard time with NIGMA Galaxy now sitting on a very glorious 100 eliminations. I mean, that is, again, just so insane to see. Based on the eliminations alone, they would be very well secured within 9th place, just below GEEKAY. But 4 winner chicken dinners, I mean, it just tastes so good. But you got to give it up, though. I mean, top 8, essentially all of them have winner chicken dinners. It continues and extends all the way to the top 10. But CONQUEROR Iraq also with 2 chickens all the way down in 14th. I mean, that is quite surprising. So hopefully we could see CONQUEROR Iraq look to elevate that positioning a little bit more. Of course, for the time being, it is going to be up to Triple and Vision, who will be gatekeeping that top 12, right? Both teams sitting on 85 points to their name. So the opportunity is going to be there for CONQUEROR Iraq, trying to close the gap, trying to overtake them, and maybe get that push into the top 12. As we know, those are the teams that are going to be finding their way over onto Livik for match number 6, technically match number 7 of the day. So, yeah, it is still going to be quite a bit of work that needs to come through. But with the addition of Erangel making its way on in, it will allow a few of those teams that, you know, are absolute proficient monsters on Erangel to really showcase their capabilities, right? Of course, looking with regards to Miramar, NIGMA, their name comes up again because, as we saw before, a very strong team. Again, we also did take a look at the ONYX Ravens. We got GEEKAY as well as Quest. R8, unfortunately, not going to be playing this one. They are in Group D, so they will have to sit it out, as well as ARP Champions actually holding the 6th position for the Erangel performances, but doing so without a single winner chicken dinner. So that is quite impressive of the ARB champion squad. But hopefully we could see them a little bit later on looking to rectify that. In the meanwhile, we are going to be taking a quick break. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys back in a short few moments.
لكن سبق المسلم لعب معاي ضرب الرشاش الان طايش يغير رصاص من فريق لفريق والفالكونز.
يوسف يجهز. يوسف لم يكن ينتظر هذا لاعب فريق السي يحاول ان يقصيه. يوسف هنا يتقدم في فايت 1 في 1. يوسف امام اللاعب ريو صارت عندكم يا دمار. جاك دمار تقدم لك دمار. وينك يا دمار؟ الله
مشوار إرانجل ومشوار إرانجل دمار أصعب وأصعب بتواجد لاعبين. هنا الأول يبحث عن ثاني. يلا يا دمار حلق يا نباتشي. الثالث يا نباتشي.
Alright, welcome back to day number 5. Of course, we've already concluded our first match of the day. We also did play match 3 from yesterday. Just going through the motion again, ensuring that everything is exactly the way it is supposed to be. But of course, now, as we know, we are going to be hopping back into Erangel to see what our teams are going to be bringing through as we approach that match number 2 for day number 5. So there's going to be quite a bit of contention, right? NIGMA, they've been showing quite a bit of dominance. As I mentioned, a very impressive performance that we've seen so far from the ARB champions, but unfortunately, we're not going to have them in this lobby, as they'll only be joining us back on the battlefield a little bit later on, right? The next match. But of course, then RTG, they've also been having a pretty glorious run with one winner chicken dinner, sitting on a grand total of 87 points to their name. That definitely does set quite a bit of a standard for them. But as we know, the push needs to come through. Triple could potentially be looking to secure their very first winner chicken dinner. The same can, of course, be said about NASR and FALCONS, but it is going to take a lot of work, right? Same for Brute Force, IKURD-E-SPORTS, Twisted, W7, and then, of course, the players from NEXT-X. But I think this match is going to be an important one, especially looking at NEXT-X, right, with their overall Erangel performances. Definitely in need of a few more positional points, right, placement points. Need to try and make it into those later stages. Definitely going to be looking to play for a little bit more of that survivability. But as we know, it's also then still a race for the top 12, right? So Vision, Triple Esports, both being tied on the exact same amount of points. It is going to be applying a little bit of that pressure, right? So the mad dash, the crazy plays, the hard rushes needs to come through. But of course, also then CONQUEROR Iraq still being well within reach. Only 2 points away from that top 12. So if they can find 3 points or more, that could be CONQUEROR Iraq overtaking the position. Look and see if they can maybe secure themselves into a little bit of that Livik action. And of course, as we saw coming through, we did take a look at the description as well, or the title rather, of today's broadcast, as well as the thumbnail, asking whether or not KR are going to be stepping into Livik, right? If that is going to be the play, they're really going to have to up the ante. But as we saw as a result of this last match, with 11 eliminations, 27 total points, that definitely does add to their play, because they've already been able to move up 3 slots all the way up into 17th. But it's all going to come down to what this map will have in store for us and how KR are going to be looking to play through it, as they are currently a few points away, needing at least 18 points. Or 28 points, rather, to be in contention for the top 12. As we know, that amount of points is easily achievable in one match, but it is going to take quite a bit of focus and determination. So if that is going to be the play to come through from KR, well, all the best to them. Of course, we'd love to see that be the case here, but speaking about what we are seeing, we're also taking a look at a beautiful center flight path. The teams will be quite happy with this one. Now we just wait to see if the flight path, or the zone rather, is going to be complementary to this. Or maybe it could look to bring a bit of an upset, right? Definitely hoping for something up north. Maybe on the east or the west or center. That would also be quite nice to have. But we'll find out pretty soon exactly what that zone is going to bring for us. Ooh. Alright. Southeastern side, I mean, sure, I'll take it. It is going to be interesting and quite challenging, especially seeing that we have such a huge portion of the zone being water, right? So already starting us off with quite the limited available playable area. Twisted, they're not going to complain about this though. They can easily just rotate from the east to the west. That could potentially be exactly what we'll be seeing come through. Of course, there's no guarantee that the zone is going to stay and hold here. It could still shift back onto that main island. But we'll find out as we head into phase 2, potentially phase 3. But I think for this match, right, we are going to be looking at a few teams in particular to see what their approach is and how they are going to be looking to play through here. But for now, it is going to be looting phase. The teams will look to get themselves positioned, situated, and fully geared in anticipation of what this map could hold. I mean, IKURD could also realistically make a play for the top 12. But again, they need to keep their eyes on the prize. Essentially, I think I would say that there's about 6 teams that could have a bit of an opportunity to get themselves secured up into the top 12. Really looking to play that upset. Ooh. But here we have it, though. The spray is starting to trickle on through. Right now, so with regards to Erangel, the team that might statistically have the toughest run is going to be the side of W7, as they are currently holding on to 19th position for their Erangel performances. As you can see at the top of the board, they are also then currently occupying that 16th position. So they only need about 25 points based on what we have for the top 16, or for the top 12 rather, to get that play, to get that seat secured. But the first challenge for the side of W7 is going to be to close the gap on IKURD, right? Currently trailing behind by about 18 points. Twisted, I mean, a beautiful 4-slot jump off the back of the first match is going to just solidify them pretty well within that top 12, right? Holding on to 10th. Falcons also not going to be phased all too much, right? You can see at the top, 7th place, 111 points. So there's not going to be any major concern on their end trying to secure a good positioning. Of course, they could look to just, get themselves positioned a little bit higher because it is the final day, right? Bonus points are going to be quite a major thing here. But aside from that, they can have much more relaxed approach, right? Not going to be having to stress too much about locking in a specific certain amount of points. Speaking of rotations, though, it is going to be RTG venturing down into the lovely ferry pier. Again, nothing out of the ordinary on that front. We've not really seen any major plays happening just yet, but of course, as to be expected, right? It is the first phase, the early stage of the game. That once we see the teams on the outlying regions start to rotate up, that is when those upsets could really have a good probability of occurring. But not Quest going to be looking to make the most out of the situation here, while they still have a little bit of luxury at their disposal, right? Going to be opting for a few more compounds. We could see what they can get secured. Meanwhile, IKURD making their trek all the way from up in the northeast. So IKURD currently in 15th position on the board. Ooh, 16th position on the overall standings. But they do find a great play onto NEXT-X. That is not the kind of play that NEXT-X needs at this point, right? They need to try and survive. Because Erangel has so far not been all too kind to them. NASR, GANGSTERS going at each other's throats yet again. Both these teams sitting with very similar statistics with regards to their performances here as well. I mean, NASR being the more aggressive team out of the two, sitting with 58 eliminations, where the GANGSTERS have only 49. But the difference being is that the GANGSTERS, they've already had that winner chicken dinner come their way. So that could work in their favor, meaning that they are pretty proficient with making it into those later stages. Also, they have more placement points, right? Sitting on 29 in comparison to the 14 coming through from NASR. NIGMA, of course, needs no introduction. They've got the most points, the most eliminations, the most placements, the most chickens. Alongside the players from the ONYX Ravens, of course. But aside from that, I mean, there's not much. not much of an introduction that we need to give them. We did see a very similar kind of consistency come through from them in the previous season, so it makes perfect sense. But you just got to commend the efforts coming through here from the ONYX Ravens, though. A beautiful step up that they've brought from the spring season into the fall. Essentially just being 9 eliminations away from being on par to what we had them be on Erangel, right? Previous season, they had 86 total eliminations, currently on 77. So definitely seeing all that hard work now playing out here. Of course, that zone is going to be centering up onto the western bridge. Now, if you're a team like Twisted Minds, you are going to be smiling from ear to ear because you don't have to move anywhere. Instead, you could look to get a little bit of that bridge camping set up, as that could be the play now for AZ and Crypto. Demi and Evo Station also now starting with their own respective approaches. Meanwhile, Triple, Slime Machine, and KR all now converging onto that bridge. This is where the contention is about to find itself. Meanwhile, RTG jumping at a bit of an opportunity there. Looking for a little bit of NASR, looking a little bit at Quest here as well. Ooh, will Ahaji survive though? Quest having the strongest stats at this point with regards to RTG. But that doesn't mean anything at this point, as Alhaje is on their knees. The rest of the team all the way up towards that far northern edge of Zorn. So unfortunately for Alhaje, well, aside from the fact that they just got thirsted, that assist couldn't have come through either which way. A very cheeky hit there from NIGMA as well. Holy saying that the zone is going to move up to the north. Ooh. If that is the case, Twisted are going to be doing quite a bit of paddling, trying to get themselves back up onto the North Island. Of course, we're also still waiting for Brute Force and Next X, as well as the Falcons, to secure their position in the zone, as they are still predominantly out in the blue. So let's see how those rotations could play out. Meanwhile, GEEKAY. Beautiful line of sight coming through there. They do have Hero and the rest of the team just fortifying their angles. Still got to watch out for Gaith, because I don't think they've really caught eyes on that Gaith position. And that could play the major upset. Ooh. The first shot, though, is going to be delivered. Unfortunately, not finding anything on the opposite end. Maybe a little bit more of a warning shot. Meanwhile, Brute Force still trekking upwards and onwards. Just south of Potato Hills, we can see about to maybe approach and encroach in on the side there of IKURD. But let's see where the zone will go. Is it going to move north? Ooh, it does. Up into the northwest. So, well, Twisted Minds now need to get their paddles out, because they will have to swim. That bridge, definitely not going to be an option, as we got Triple and Slime Machine already having it under lockdown. But of course now, with Sly and Triple potentially looking to mobilize themselves, it could open up a bit of an opportunity. Let's see how Twisted look to play this. Are they going to test the bridge? I mean, they could maybe, if they're very, very lucky, have somewhat of a decent rotation across that bridge. But yes, congratulations, Holy, because that was a hole-in-one. Right on the money, right? That's why I don't make zone predictions, because I get them wrong almost every single time. At least I'm consistently wrong, right? So that counts for something. What? I don't know, but it definitely counts for something. Meanwhile, Twisted now looking for a bit of a boat. Ooh, are they gonna opt for a very western beach? That could maybe be the play. Because if they pull straight up into Fairy Pier, they are going to find NIGMA, NASR, RTG, all sitting there waiting for them. In the meanwhile, the contention continues up north, with Quest and Brute Force having a bit of a standoff here. But again, a slightly passive play, right? A lot more calculated. The teams bring in a lot more caution here. Not going to be looking to overextend themselves. Well, Freepot though does get confirmed. Quest also only holding on to a 2-piece. So this could be the opportunity. Yes, and it is indeed the situation as Brute Force finds Next X. Oh, Mexico. Mexico. I hope you have some meds there. Yep. Fortunately, they are able to restore their bar. But now comes the rush, the play, the push is there. Ooh, Ado getting quite aggressive. Looking to steal those eliminations. The vehicle, oh, could go up in flames. A very risky position here. Very trying, but Brute Force now going to keep a lot of pressure on Mexico. So Mexico is either going to fall to the zone, or that elimination is going to be locked in by Brute Force. But I guess it all depends on how determined Brute Force is on playing that positioning, as the zone is also then getting ready to pop. Ready to move and shift and bring in a bit of excitement. Ooh, as it centers up, W7 finds himself smack dab center zone. A very easing shift coming through here. Twisted, though, are going to be rotating up. Oof. Alright, so they found themselves a bit of dry ground here, but it is going to be NIGMA. Surprising knock, though. Crypto and Coops. Still got to worry about Freak. Lord not exactly having the angle. Same can be said about Rauf, but you can see Rauf now starting to move up. So a lot of pressure going to be on the shoulders here of AZ and Dammy, having to try and create a bit of an opening here for Crypto to rotate up as well. See Crypto doing a lot of work, trying to suppress the advances here from NIGMA, but up comes Rauf. That nade does find a bit of damage. Ooh, but the reactions are there. Twisted Minds just stepping up the ante. NIGMA now down to a 2-piece. Respect going out to Twisted. That was not an easy play to make. Oh, the Gangsters now trying to bring in the upset. Lord goes down. This could be exactly the opener that Twisted needs, as NIGMA is down to Rauf. Gangsters could be essentially saving their butts in the situation. So Rauf now looking to play a little bit more safe. Again, opting for that survivability. Ado and Never Alone also getting into a little bit of a back and forth here. Both players having those reinforcements just waiting in the wing, but up comes the strafing, the spray, the jumps are there. The lead finds its way in, and that is Never Alone. Taken right on down. Up comes the rush though. Brute Force getting ready to move straight on forward. ONYX Ravens holding on to the eastern side. So Falcons really pincered. Ooh, speaking about a pincer. IKURD finding the angles here into the side of triple. Down they go. Not a single point to their name. Brute Force with a bit of reach. Pablo does find Neos though. Down they go. Very quick follow through. So Falcon's not going to be going down without a fight, but Brute Force now uses the opportunity to instead rotate towards the zone. Of course, does put them right out in the open. Sprays connecting through, as you can see Ado now really having to patch themselves up. But up comes IKURD, still going to be looking to play a bit of an opportunity here, looking to see if they can find the positionings up into the side of KR. Oh, up comes the opener, the hit is there, it is 2 knocks through. KR now down to a 2-piece. This could be exactly what IKURD needs. Steady build in the momentum coming through. IKURD. Oh, gets the job done. Amazing work so far. 9 eliminations up. Where was this IKURD in phase 1? IKURD, of course, still one of those teams in need of a winner chicken dinner on Erangel. Well, they also need a chicken in this phase. Not yet found any of that. Ooh. But now ONYX Ravens. Ooh, what is Saad doing? Just rolling into the zone. I mean, who needs to drive if you can just roll on through? Unfortunately, Saad goes down. And now it's up to Saleh. But Saleh is going to dip out of dodge. As they're not feeling all too hopeful about that push up onto the Falcons. But mad respect going out to the Falcons for being able to defend. Slime Machine still going to be trying to make a bit of a push here. Trickling their way onto the edge, but again, prioritizing that zone positioning, leaving IKURD behind. As you can see, Golden, they've moved up as well. NIGMA Galaxy, though, are going to be sent out in 13th. Steezy not going to let the opportunity pass them by, as they spotted a bit of a chance onto Gaith. Slime Machine also one of those teams just on the edge with regards to points for the top dogs. You can see 89 points up top, sitting on 11, 2 points ahead of IKURD, but RTG also now getting closed up. What on earth is going on here? Some very surprising step-ups coming through. You can maybe even call it upsets, not even just step-ups, right? Can't even get my words out properly. GEEKAY also still looking for a bit of a positioning over onto this eastern side. We'd see them receive a little bit of attention. Fortunately, all the players have full health bars. That is exactly what GEEKAY looks to play with. They now have got Slime Machine, W7, and IKURD held just up ahead of them. Twisted NASR finding each other all the way down that far southern edge. The same we said for, well, Ado from Brute Force and the Gangsters. Oh, but instead the Gangsters spot out NASR. The shots connect on up. Mur and Ado, the final 2 hopefuls, but a quick drift is not what Ado needs. Yep, down they go. Mur now having to perform like an absolute legend. Of course, now Mur does secure that hit. Ooh, Crypto goes down. It's up to Dammy. Oh, down goes Dammy as Starch comes through. Walsh raining in from the side. Gangsters looking to come through with that breach. Mur, unfortunately, not going to survive as the Mar locks it in and sends out the entirety of Brute Force. Ooh, Jafar, I've never seen that happen before. Player jumping into the flames, and with that, it is going to be quite a bit of trouble now for the Gangsters here. Starch on a heavy defensive play. Free fire is not going to work out though, as a buddy comes in clutch, DVS in hand. And that is NASR though, out with 7 eliminations. But here we go, the final 7 teams now going to be looking to reign supreme. IKURD already up on double digits. The closest to them is going to be the side there of W7. GEEKAY surprisingly with only 1 elimination to their name. IKURD going to be looking to find several more. They are going to be looking to test the waters. unfortunate play for the side of Slime Machine. They have to settle for 7th. Only one elimination up. But here we go. W7 now going to be looking to apply the pressure onto the Gangsters. The Gangsters have to move up. And this could be a little bit of an uphill battle. Jafar. Ooh, managing to evade the utility spray. But up comes Buddy. Buggy in tow. Kevin also going to be holding on to the edge. But it's going to be the full squad here of W7. Looking to overpower the Gangsters. W7 still holding steady on 5 eliminations. Oof. Conqueror. Quest rather. Running out of luck. Getting sent out with not a single point of eliminations to their name. Again. Gangsters with a bit of a self-nade. That is definitely not what you want to see too much of. But now comes the push, the play. The W7 look to retain the ridge. Push is there. Come on, like the spray coming through from GEEKAY. Yes, one down. Off goes Kevin, Walsh, and Buddy. Oh, but the tables could maybe start to turn. As IKURD now start to push up onto the side here of GEEKAY. I see already 11 eliminations up for IKURD. Amazing, amazing performance on their end. GEEKAY going to be looking to find a little bit more. Unfortunately, only that one elimination to their name. Not the kind of consistency that we are accustomed to see come through from GEEKAY. Meanwhile, we will say goodbye to the Gangsters. So that third chicken not going to be in sight for them. Oh, well, the second chicken for Gangsters, rather. GEEKAY, though, still going to be looking to hold nice and strong. 3-piece up, that is what they have to work with. But now with the zone shifting a little bit more towards the west. Shifts in favor of the Falcons. While the rest of the lobby is situated on this eastern front. W7 looking to extend their reach. As Hero is on Overwatch, but look at the Falcons now spotting out IKURD as he getting traded. Brought to their knees. Fortunately, Aram Golden there to lend a bit of a helping hand. Ooh, GEEKAY doing so much work here. GEEKAY, it all comes down to timing. Beautiful hit up onto GEEKAY. Up comes Ragnar pushing in. Hero about to be put to the test. Let's see, will they pass with flying colors? Oh, no! Ragnar just showing the confidence. But the trade is going to come through. Yakuza is going to be ended. Brought right down to their knees. Right, so that is going to be Golden securing the spray. IKURD locking in GEEKAY. W7 already up onto double-digit eliminations. Here we go, the push now. IKURD going to be looking to capitalize. The sprays are going to be coming through. W7 on a heavy defensive angle. Falcons still just waiting in the wing, but now they start to descend down upon them. Ooh, IKURD down to 1. Golden's got to watch out. Got to keep their wits about them, not to be found out just yet. Waleed also just going to be hoping for the best. But Falcons, they've got 3 players up. Yep, and now they look to capitalize to finding one of the players standing between them. But W7, though, getting sent away with 12 eliminations. A very strong play on their end. IKURD sitting on 15. Now it's going to be up to the Falcons to try and close this one out. This could be their winner chicken dinner. Push is there. Up they come, riding the ridge. Definitely going to be looking to capitalize, but a quick trade coming through from Golden. Now brings the odds bound to a 1v1. Pablo, Golden on either side. Ooh, who's going to find it though? It could swing either which way, but the blue zone is going to be pressuring Golden's hand. Oh, the molly is there, and Pablo secures the victory, the end, the finish. The winner chicken dinner. Falcons finding their very first chicken on Erangel. Amazing play on their side. Of course, a beautiful finish to this match. What a way to wrap up match number 2. Day 5 really off to a very surprising start. I mean, we've had some upsets come through from all over the place, right? First we had Twisted Minds coming through with a winner chicken dinner. Then we had the Falcons swooping in, getting themselves a winner chicken dinner. Of course, W7 with 12 eliminations, IKURD with 15. I mean, like, what is going on here? Day 5 is definitely shaping up to be something completely different, something that we've not yet seen happen in any of our previous days. But, you know, we appreciate all the action that these teams are bringing to the battlefield. Of course, so surprising. But, you know, we love it nonetheless. But, of course, we need to take a look and see what those match rankings are. How many points our respective teams were able to secure themselves across the board. And, of course, how all of that then impacts our standings. Because, as we know, top 12 will be moving through into Livik. But these teams are definitely looking to play a major upset across the board. Oh, man, gotta love all the... You know, like, this is just... I mean, like, who would have guessed, right? Who would have guessed that Day 5 is going to be this? I mean, amazing. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. But, of course, we need to now see what the match rankings are, right? As we saw, 15 eliminations, 12 eliminations coming in across the board. Let's take a look at it as we have 21 points going to the side there of IKURD. The players then from the Falcons walking away with 18 total points. 12 eliminations coming through for W7 alongside that third place finish for a grand total of 17. NASR picking up 7 eliminations. Brute Force and Twisted on 5. So a very widespread with regards to the aggression here. I want to see those damage bars though. I think it is also going to be quite interesting to look at that as well. But here we go. It's going to be a very sparse second page. ONYX Ravens, RTG, KR, triple. Very unfortunate play. NIGMA also only 1. I mean, wow. That is quite a bit of a trade-off. But as we jump into the damage bars, it is going to be W7 with 2,500. IKURD picking up 2,200. Of course, then we got the Falcons coming through with 1,500. The GANGSTERS and NASR also hitting an excess of 1,000. But quite a few amazing performances that we've had here. I mean, mad respect going out to the side there of IKURD. And of course, then the players from W7. I think this was one of the strongest maps, strongest performances that we've seen come through from either of them. I think that is especially true for IKURD. I mean, this is close to the kind of IKURD that we saw in the previous season. So far, we've not yet seen a lot of this really happening. But IKURD coming so close, clutching it out, getting that winner chicken dinner. I mean, on the elimination count alone, adding 10 points to that, that would have been a 25-pointer. Wow. But instead, IKURD had to settle for 21. But the Falcons, you know, they just knew once they had the numbers, it was their time to shine. Damar coming through with those 2 beautiful nade finishes. AZ going to be taking the most eliminations. Dika locking in the most damage. And Hero with a beautiful 386-meter hit. I mean, you got to respect that. That is, you know, at this level, those are pretty impressive stats to see come through. I mean, that would be impressive even just in a normal match. But well played to them. Of course, there's a reason why they've made it all the way to here. Of course, Day 5 just absolutely popping off. I mean, IKURD proving to be a pretty resilient team at the end of the day. But of course, if we take a look at our standings, we can see the players there from NIGMA Still going to be holding on to pole position. Brute Force, though, moving up 2 slots to be tied with the Quest squad on 138 points. As a result, R8, they've moved down into 4th position. We can see the Falcons also just winging their way up into 5th, jumping all the way from 7th. Phenomenal work coming in here. 129 points on either side as we move over on towards that second page. We don't see as many changes here. I mean, IKURD, though, they've moved up 6 positions all the way up into 9th place. That is just insane to see. Twisted still locked into that 10th position, as we saw as well. NASR also then moving up into 17th position. So there's a lot of movement coming through. You got to commend the side there of IKURD. I mean, you can see they've now locked in their eyes, their target, right? They are pushing for that objective. They want to make it into top 12. They've secured it because, well, they're sitting in 9th. And there is still quite a bit of a gap to be closed up. So now I think the pressure play is going to come through onto Triple and Vision to see whether or not they'll be able to bring in the necessary effort to get themselves secured into that position. Of course, Slime Machine, going to be hoping that things work out for them as well because they've got 90 points currently held on to 12th place. The heat is going to be there, right? You can just know that Triple and Vision are going to be looking to play that position out. They are going to be looking to rush it forward, especially now with such a jump coming through from the side of IKURD. It makes it pretty evident that we could still see quite a few upsets to find its way on through. But of course, now for the next match, we are going to be stepping over onto Miramar yet again. Our final Miramar of this phase to see exactly what the teams will have in store for us. Unfortunately, Falcons, ONYX Ravens, NASR as well as IKURD, this is their chance for a bit of a break, seeing that they are in Group C, but we'll have the addition of Group D joining us back again, right? So that is going to be the ARB champions, CONQUEROR Iraq, R8, as well as then the players coming through from the side of Vision. So a lot of excitement yet to find its way on through. Again, if you guys have any predictions, any thoughts as to the outcome of this match, be sure to let me know in the chat. If you've got any predictions to make with regards to flight path or zone, or you could even just tell me where you would like it to go, do so now. Let me know in the chat. Curious to hear what your thoughts are on that. But of course, looking at the consistency, looking at the performances that we've had, R8 being the highest team, the team rather, with the highest probability to have that winner chicken dinner coming through with a 11% success rate, but they also sit with the most eliminations as well as the most overall points. 129 points secured out of the 15 matches that they've been able to play so far. GEEKAY also a pretty strong contender, sharing the spot there essentially then with NIGMA. Both teams sitting on a shared 49 total placement points that they've been able to get so far. Also 71 points. With regards to eliminations, right? So 120 in total. That is not something that you see happen all too often. GEEKAY and NIGMA having essentially the exact same performance. The difference only there being that GEEKAY has found themselves 2 winner chicken dinners, where NIGMA only has 1. So that is quite exciting to see. I mean, essentially, how many is that? 5 teams out of our top 8 have already secured themselves 2 winner chicken dinners. So this could be that opportunity potentially now for a team like Slime Machine, NIGMA, to really try and up it, to try and secure that second winner chicken dinner. But of course, then we also still have RTG that's in the running. Vision could also really be looking to step it up, essentially, as they are going to be racing for that top 12, right? All the pressure going to be coming through. And top 12, that is where you want to be, right? You want to try and see if you can lock in that slot. So R8 can rest assured that they've made it through, at least for now. The GANGSTERS, IKURD, the players coming through from Twisted, a really, really strong play on their end. RTG, Slime Machine, Triple, Vision, yes, still needs to lock it in. But of course, well, Miramar is going to be that exact opportunity for the teams to do those plays. So let's see whether or not that is going to be the situation. If you agree, let me know in the chat. If you disagree, also let me know. Curious to hear what your thoughts are. But yeah, I think a big focus is going to be put onto the teams like RTG, Sly, as well as Triple, to see whether or not they'll be able to clutch it out. So all we can do at this point is wait, because all 3 of those teams that I just mentioned, they are going to be stepping forward. 2 out of the 3 have already secured themselves either 1 or 2 winner chicken dinners. Triple, the only team that still needs it out of the 3 that I'm talking about here. So curious to see if this could maybe be a triple chicken, right? Do you think that is going to be the case here? Let's see whether or not that is going to be on the cards. But of course, the opportunity is there. All right, so never mind. It helps if I probably look at the right side. But yes, Triple still needs a chicken. Sly, they've already had that chicken, as well as RTG. But it is going to be go time as we get ready to hop on in. Looking for that flight path as it starts it off over on towards the western edge. Heading across the way to the east. The slightly more northern flight path making its way through here. But the teams will adjust accordingly. Alright, we also see something that I never really thought we would see. A bit of a hard drop coming up into potentially ruins and the trailer park. With Gangsters and ARB, we get Conqueror Iraq also right there alongside them. Well, now that is going to be an interesting one. Already the shots starting to find their way on through. As you can see the Gangsters now trying to drive it in onto ARB. But will we see our first blood come through right there up in towards the ruins? Or could it potentially happen elsewhere? Maybe between Brute Force and NIGMA up in El Pozo. Alright, so ARB, they've already been knocked. But no follow through coming in from the Gangsters. Ooh, definitely the attempts are there. Zone is going to be settling over onto Minas Generales, all the way on that eastern front. So that definitely does throw a bit of a spanner in the works. But ARB is still managing to survive. As you can see, QTEL trying to get rezzed on up as well. Thank you so much, Wasik. Appreciate you for being here. But you gotta appreciate the effort that these teams are putting in as well. I mean, very, very exciting action. Let's see now, NIGMA, Brute Force. Oh. It's not often that we see NIGMA venturing all the way up to here. But of course, that is a result of the flight path being so far up north. Freak now trying to play a little bit of the utility bounce. But both teams being a little bit more reserved with their push. Right, they don't want to be the first team to get taken on down. And these essentially were the two contenders coming through from the previous season, right? NIGMA secured the most points, but Brute Force secured the most winner-winner chicken dinners. Brute Force currently only with one chicken, NIGMA also with one, but the difference is that NIGMA, well, they've been able to be a lot more aggressive, right? Brute Force only with 36 eliminations. Now, if you take that and you double it, you get what NIGMA has, which is 71. So this is going to be an important play, especially coming through for the side of Brute Force. Looking to see if they can beat their rivals. And this is also the first time that we've seen NIGMA hot drop in on Brute Force in El Pozo. But also then we have the addition of potentially Triple over towards the western side. Who could come rolling through as well. Up north though, ARB, they've been reduced down to 1. A smoke is about to get rushed. Up comes Jafar. Come on, ARB, you can get it. Gangsters very confident when it comes to Miramar. ARB, well, they are not shy, right? They definitely know how to lock in those elims. It seems like they tend to find themselves in quite testing positions in these early few stages. They've been able only to secure themselves 7 total placement points. That coming through from 15 Miramars that they've played to date. Blue Zone also going to be lending a bit of a hand here. Up comes the hits though. Ricard is down, and that is the end of the road. ARB, our first team, making their way on back. Meanwhile, CONQUEROR Iraq and W7 getting ready for a bit of a jump. Quick look back at just how exactly the gangsters got that advantage onto the players there from ARB. Brute Force and NIGMA. A bit of a standoff. So we had the rematch due to a few glitches with regards to settings not being what they were supposed to be. Now, to make it fair to all the players, rematch. Right, so all the teams having the opportunity to try and rectify the performance. And not get absolutely abused by the zone. Because that's what we saw come through on yesterday's match number 3. A lot of caution though coming through between Brute Force and NIGMA. I mean, the worrying part is that both these teams still need to get themselves back into the zone. So at some point, someone has to take the plunge, right? Someone has to rush. But neither of these two teams wants to be the team to do that. Ooh, bold play coming through here from Ado. The nade is there, and that is exactly the cue that NIGMA needed. You see Ado now just getting lit up as the molly finds its way on through. Very interesting to see this approach coming through, though, as Pre-Bot Rauf now getting ready for a bit of an exchange. Oh, hey! Pre-Bot gets it in. Oh, finds quite a bit of damage onto Lord as well. Very impressive. Oh, but down goes Pre-Bot as Freak comes strafing on through. Mur is down for the count. Pre-Bot about to succumb to the injuries as well. So now it's starting to lean a little bit more in favor here of NIGMA. It is going to be a 3v2. See the rest of the lobby also now starting to pop off. They've now all started to converge up into center zone. But Brute Force very determined to survive. I mean, I think the safest play at this point would be maybe to find a way to extract yourself and get all the way back to the zone, because the blue is not going to be kind, and especially looking at the amount of distance they need to cover. Well, they should have already mobilized themselves. Groups now coming through, looking to do exactly that. I mean, NIGMA, they're not going to be minding all too much. Right, but Brute Force, they are definitely going to mind about this. Oh, Ado with a beautiful hit, unfortunately. Brute Force will have to settle for only 1 elimination. So NIGMA playing a big, major upset right there. Predictions coming through for Quest, GEEKAY, KR, and R8. A very unfortunate end coming through for Brute Force. I mean, you got to give it to NIGMA. Right, they know exactly how to play the upset. Ooh. KR getting met with a little bit of aggression as Ragnar secured that hit at their expense. KR, of course, now licking their wounds. they've rotated all the way up into zone. Just trying to get themselves well away from whatever could be coming through from the GK side. Meanwhile, well, they will now have to deal with a bit of slime machine pushing in from the south, as we are predominantly focused up onto Junkyard and Minas Generales. Utility is still getting shared, as NXX now are going to be looking to test themselves. Also, only 7 placement points coming through for the side of NXX. If we look onto the side of R8, of course, I mean, this is their Miramar. 81 eliminations, 129 total points with those 2 winner-winner chicken dinners. R8 could essentially just go out, throw down a beach towel, and put a little bit of Sprite in a coconut and have some fun. Right? Just sit and wait and chill, relax, enjoy the sun. I mean, they also have 137 points in this phase. So it's not exactly like they are going to be feeling all too phased, right? Alright, so now waiting for that zone closure to come through. You see NIGMA still trying to track their way back into safety. Of course, could result in them finding a little bit of the gangster opposition along the way. Let's see whether or not the gangsters are prepared for that push to come through, as the rest of the lobby going to be looking to rotate up into its zone. Ooh, gangsters instead. And you're pulling a little bit further up north. A very slow rotation going through here from NIGMA. I mean, the zone is going to be just eating away at those health bars. Fortunately, it's still relatively early in the game, so it's not going to be all too costly. But still, the faster you can get in zone, the better it is. W7 having a phenomenal, amazing Erangel. Let's see what the odds will hold for them as they look to play through a little bit of the lovely Miramar here as well. In W7, as we know, they've already been able to secure themselves at least one winner-winner chicken dinner. But a very balanced play, right? 36 eliminations, 35 total placement points. It's good. 71 in total. There's nothing you can say about that. Obviously, they can look to increase that. But the big main strategy we see with regards to overall performances is usually leaning more towards aggression, while keeping those placement points in tow as well. Right, so Vision also not just trying to dispose of a few vehicles along the way. GEEKAY yet to get themselves secured as they pull through. It is going to be Quest and Triple. That could be our next few contenders. Oh, yes, indeed it is. As a result, gets spotted. Al-Hajj driving that hit through. The rest of the team nowhere near being able to bring in that assistance. Of course, now Vision out in the open as well. Look at that spread. Not quite sure what the result was opting for. Maybe looking to do a little bit of scouting. Who knows? Oh. But Easy feeling a little bit emboldened. Now just moving up to get that finish up on result. But you got to watch out because Dam has also pushed right on forward. Looking to keep Triple on at least a full squad for the time being. Zone going to be closing up as well. Where will it take us? Is it going to go east? Is it going to go north? Ooh, north it is. Twist in mind. Now smack dab center. Twisted already with a little bit of a winner-winner chicken dinner. Not going to be the worst day for them. Let's see if they can find more than 6 eliminations this time around, though. So Twisted already proving that they are in it to win it, right? They mean business. Good to see that ramp up. But now, speaking about ramp ups, it is going to be GEEKAY looking to ramp up the carnage. They spot a little bit of that vision play coming through up ahead. Ooh, you got to watch out though. Tapok will be looking to reach in from the edge. The elevation looking quite phenomenal on the GEEKAY side. Decent spread. We got Santa, Ragnar a little bit further down south. Hope and Gaith here locked in onto the north. That is a very flexible position to play from. It's also somewhat reliant on where Vision situate themselves within these compounds. But with that spread, GEEKAY should have a pretty good accessibility to a majority of those needed angles. Meanwhile, you can see a little bit of vehicle explosion going off in the background as NEXX, well, find themselves in quite the hot seat. Now down to potentially a 2-piece. Yep, no, not potentially, it is confirmed. R8 bring in a bit of pressure onto Rio on high. Dexter and Nawaf are going to be looking to carry the name forward. Miramar has not been kind to NEXX. Only 40 total points, 33 eliminations. That is it. So far, not a single elimination to their name. Also, if they go out now, that is going to be nothing but air. Ooh, exactly what KR now experiences. As they will get confirmed up. Another explosion finding its way onto the side there of Triple as well. Ooh, things are really starting to heat up. Okay, with a bit of a reach into Volt. That is one down. And now it is up to Saif to see if they can just out-rotate those angles being held by the side of GEEKAY. Ooh, this could be the play. Up onto Santa. Unfortunately, Saif doesn't exactly spot that. Twisted Minds up ahead. So it could not be all that safe for Saif to play through. But here we go regardless. Position's still going to get contested. GEEKAY slowly trickling themselves back up onto all four as Hope has pushed through to get the rest secured. Meanwhile, RTG and NEXX prepping for a bit of a show. RTG could still play down onto R8 and potentially even the side of Slime Machine. Let's see what Rio is going to decide to do. M4 spray at this range could prove to be a little bit more challenging, but at least they do have that 3 scope on. There's not going to be an absolute impossibility. Meanwhile, NEXX, they know they don't have the luxury of rotating up towards the zone because once they do, they are going to expose themselves to the spray. The relentless aggression that could be coming through from the side there of RTG. A lot of edge play though. Triple, Sly, R8, NEXX, RTG, Conqueror, NIGMA, W7. Even GEEKAY all now just occupying the edges. But now Triple going to be looking to take the plunge as they look to rotate up behind the players here from Quest. Oh, but GEEKAY up ahead. No, Emad. Down they go. Oh man, that is NEXX and the side of Triple getting turned to dust. Right, so 11 teams now remain. Who's going to be the one to clutch it out? Drop your predictions. Let's see who's going to be on the money. It's a steady push coming through. No one really wanting to take the plunge on the edge. Lord, though, and Coops. Ooh. Okay, Lord pretty isolated, but Coops and Freak getting ready for a little bit of some here up onto the side of Conqueror Iraq. You can see Shaco and J9 secured within the zone, waiting for them to try and push. Also, those nades coming through now from the side of RTG. Easy claps onto Dexter and Nawaf. That is exactly how NextX found their way back to the lobby. Now, R8 feeling a little bit of that heat, a little bit of that pressure. Slime Machine is going to be pushing on through. It's down to Ida. Oh, come on, Kalaga. You can clutch this one out. You can clutch it out. Get the bush. Slime Machine also looking a little bit more reserved. Not necessarily going to be trying to push their luck. Again, realizing that the terrain is what it is, right? A lot of these ridges being at play here. Meanwhile, the Gangsters could look to capitalize onto a little bit of RTGs. You can see them also now starting to converge, but Ida going to be looking to make that play. Looking to make the breakaway. Oh, climbing up the hill. Easy target. Down they go. Kalaga locks it in. A very sweaty performance coming through. But now RTG. How are they going to be looking to get themselves up into this next phase? Of course, Triple, Vision, GEEKAY, they're going to be smiling. Right, because they already have that option. They already have that positioning within the zone. It's now going to be up to the rest of the lobby. Looking to get themselves in some kind of a position here. Oof. Steezy, attacker, already downed. Slime Machine not getting the play that they would have wanted. But now Fashe having that vehicle smoking up. Oh, it's going to be a moving target. And AZ gets the head. Off they go. Sly getting shipped out with 5 eliminations. Twisted, of course, now securing their very first elimination for this match. But it is going to be NIGMA leading the charge. You can see there was 7. We got RTG coming through with 6. CONQUEROR, Vision, yet to find a few eliminations. Oh, Gangsters also now running into a little bit of opposition. RTG bombarding. Oh, a Rio could go down. Alhaji now going to be looking to close it up. Kalaga just up ahead. This could be the play to make. Oh, yes, indeed. Quest securing elimination number 5. Alhaji on fire. Quest still holding strong with a full squad up. Now it's going to be up to Freak and Coops to play for that endgame. Only 8 teams remain, 25 players, so NIGMA still have 23 other problems to worry about. Hope gonna try and bring Santa back on their feet yet again. GEEKAY also looking pretty steady here, pretty strong. I like the spread coming through from Ragnar and Gaith. The Ragnar opting a little bit more onto the north, looking for a bit of a position onto Crypto. Oof. There we go. The hit. Oh. So close. Oh, man. Crypto just narrowly escaping that one. But now it's going to cause a little bit of an issue for the side there of Conqueror Iraq as well. Down to J9. They go. Jafar also now getting found out. Ooh, W7. W7 looking to dial it up. Kevin in so much trouble. Yep. Down they go. 4 eliminations now for the side of W7. Gangsters, unfortunately, not going to be making it beyond those 5 elims. Quest, though, already sitting up on 6. Looking to contest NIGMA for the lead with regards to those eliminations. But will it be achievable? Well, I mean, it very well could be. Vision still holding on. Oof, never mind. Down goes Saif as Santa secures the spray. At least Vision, they find themselves a few of those placement points. Now, Quest, W7, getting ready for a bit of a standoff. Fidan Al-Hajj on the front line. Nice support coming through from Easy and Gante, but Gante gets spotted as Santa locks it in. You're still going to be very wary of that GK positioning. Oh, the hits now lining on up. Easy, Fidan. Up against the two coming through from the side there of W7. With a Mo. GK looking exceptionally confident at this point. Starting to expand. Starting to cover even more ground. W7, they don't have that luxury. They are getting encircled by Quest, who's now just circling. Oh, up like vultures. Waleed and everyone goes down. Oh, Quest now up onto double-digit eliminations. The first team for this match to pull that off. So Quest definitely on a mission yet again. But will this be their play for that winner chicken dinner? I mean, beautiful bounce back as we saw the previous match over on Erangel. Quest only getting placement points. Not a single elimination coming their way. The first match, also on Miramar, well, they only had 2 eliminations. So everything so far is looking up and up for the side of Quest. Meanwhile, Twist holding on to center zone. This is one of those few instances where center zone is not necessarily the best place to be. Even though you might have a bit of a compound, you are going to be encircled by the rest of the lobby. Speaking about encircling, up comes GK. Pretty sure that there is going to be someone in those compounds now. It's going to be Santa looking to play onto Fidan. Hope there for a bit of support. Ragnar also hanging in the wing, but the trade is in. Fidan and Ragnar both go down. It's now up to Easy and Al-Hajj to hold nice and steady. I mean, it's great that Quest have those 10 eliminations. But going out now, it's not going to be all too ideal. But if GK has anything to say about that, they are going to be looking to farm because they too want to hit those double-digit eliminations. GK are just keeping their distance. They know where they can't go. So they are going to be opting for a little bit more of a Western play. But that is where we see NIGMA being positioned. So again, out of the oven into the frying pan as Al-Hajj gets traded. Oh, the hit is there. Flying down the hillside. No, Coops though, stepping it up. Freak, already quite battered. But they do have 4 eliminations to their name. Now it's going to come the push. Quest and NIGMA getting ready to face off as Freak gets confirmed. Oh, there we go. Easy, making it look effortless. As Quest now hit 12 eliminations ahead of the rest of the lobby. NIGMA getting sent out with only 8 eliminations to their name. But also still capitalizing on those placement points. Twisted, they've been quite quiet so far. Not making any major plays. Crypto, though, does find a beautiful nade. Let's see if AZ is going to be able to find Easy. I think GK here are going to be looking to play upset. I mean, they still have all 4 players up. They have that high ground. They have the position to play from. They can just sit back and wait for Twisted and Quest to settle this dispute. But now Ragnar, Santa, Hope, Gaith, all going to be moving themselves up into position. Gaith now still going to be holding on to a little bit of Overwatch. Oh, but here comes the play though. Oh, nice job. Beautiful hit from Fidan. Restoring a little bit of a hope into the side of Quest. Evo Station. We get to see if they can maybe find a bit of a play onto Gaith as well. A very, very tough angle to hold. But Gaith, no stranger to the challenge. Instead, the trade comes through, and that is easy. Down Quest now getting sent away. But a very happy play from their end. 12 eliminations. Now, GEEKAY sitting on 7. We've got Twisted sitting on 4 eliminations. Who's going to be the one to find the next bit? GEEKAY definitely having an interesting position to play for, but they don't have any advantage with regards to numbers, right? It's even across the board. A 4v4. The showdown for the last chicken in this phase on Miramar, but up comes the push. Evo Station taking quite a bit of damage. GEEKAY is still on the very edge of that zone now. Ooh, they push on forward. Ooh, this could be the upset. This could be the upset. It's up to Crypto and Dammy. Crypto with a little bit of a clutch there. Now it's going to be Ragnar, a 1v2. Ooh, will they get it though? Ragnar finds one. Crypto, no! The hits are in, and that is it. GEEKAY ripping the chicken from the clutches of Twisted Minds. What an insane, insane push that was. But a glorious victory coming through to the side of GEEKAY as they secure yet another amazing finish. That is their third winner chicken dinner right here on Miramar. Amazing stuff so far. I mean, that just elevates the amount of total points that they've had. Still sitting on 141 with 59 placement points coming through. Insane. Of course, 3 winner chicken dinners will do something like that. But amazing, amazing effort coming in on that end. Of course, then the side there from Twisted Minds. I really like what they did. Stepping up the ante so much. Such a hard push coming through from their side. But unfortunately, well, as we know, right, it just wasn't on the cards. A very aggressive defensive play coming through from the side of GEEKAY, but this is what we love to see. I mean, things being this close all the way to the end of the phase. This is what we're here for, right? This is what we live for. This is what the competitive PUBG scene looks like. Upsets all over the place. But yeah, unfortunate end for Quest. Though they found an immense amount of eliminations as we take a look at it. GEEKAY on 11, Quest coming through with 12. Twisted securing themselves 12 points in total. And same, of course, can be said for the side there of NIGMA, walking away with those 8 eliminations. RTG and Slime Machine going to be capitalizing on the aggression, 6 and 5 eliminations respectively. But of course, then we need to take a look and see what the second page looks like, as that is where we'll find the rest of the lobby. But I'm curious to see what the point situation is, because we've got such a top-heavy play. Yeah, well, makes sense. Triple, Next X, KR, and ARB champions having to take a stop at the donut shop, as, well, they have no points to their name. At least they've got full bellies, right? We'll go for that. We'll say they've got, you know, full bellies, because that's exactly what you need. Prepping up for our next match. Of course, next up, we are going to be venturing over onto a little bit of that Sanhok action to see what the teams can bring through as we head over into the jungle for quite a bit of excitement. Of course, this is also then going to mean that it will be match number 4. So that is then, of course, our players from Group A that are going to be playing their final match, at least for the day. And then after that, we'll see the players from Group B rejoining us back on the battlefield, right? So that is going to be Brute Force, KR, NIGMA, and Twisted taking a little bit of a break. Gangsters, GEEKAY, Next X, and Quest. They're going to have to work. They're going to have to work real hard to get themselves secured moving through into this next game. So, yeah, it's quite a bit of pressure that is yet to find its way on through. Curious to see how it's going to play out. I mean, Sanhok is essentially where it's at, right? The pressure is going to be pretty intense. But who knows? Maybe they might be able to find that success. Maybe they won't. We don't quite know just yet. There's only going to be one way for us to find out exactly what that will hold in store. But I think another important thing also to consider is, you know, that race for the top 12 is still ongoing. So, yes, nothing has been settled, right? We don't know what the final outcome is going to be. It's all going to boil down to the very last match, that final Erangel, to decide who will have that opportunity. But for the 4 teams that are going to be concluding their day here, at least the initial part, it's all going to boil down to whether or not they'll be able to hold steady, hold strong, and push into that last stretch, right? A lot of work needs to come through. But let's take a look and see exactly how that is going to play out. As I mentioned, right, game number 4 is going to mark the end of the day, at least for our Group A teams. So looking with regards to Group A and where they find themselves on the league standings, right, it is still going to be quite a bit of a push that has to come through from Triple, because they are only about 14 points, more or less, somewhere within that ballpark, 14, 15, somewhere there, away from being secured up into the top 12, right? So it's literally going to come down to the wire for them, looking to see if they can bring in that contention, bring in that push, and maybe rise to the occasion, because we want to see them have the opportunity to venture forth, right? To have a bit of a stretch, a bit of a play. Of course, NASR also going to be one of those teams that could look to push it up, but looking at the point situation, they will almost have to double their current points to make it there. So I don't quite know if it's going to be on the cards for NASR, but we'll find out, right? We'll have to see what Sanhok is going to bring through and how these teams are going to be looking to proceed with, well, their results. Of course, looking at what we could potentially be seeing come through from Sanhok, as we look onto our teams. Triple, they find themselves around about the middle of the board. Same thing coming through for the side of NASR. But of course, then as we take a look quick back at our last Miramar that we were just seeing, GEEKAY having a crazy, crazy run there, coming through with those 11 eliminations, 2,800 damage. Pretty sweaty stuff. Easy taking the most elims, with Gaith locking in the most damage, one of which, of course, has come through from that utility. Groza coming with a 393-meter hit. That is pretty impressive. But now we need to see how all this impressive stuff impacts our current leaderboard, where these teams find themselves, and just how close it is to get themselves into that play, right? I mean, it is going to be so tough. But yes, let's see what the points bring in, as that will give us a bit of an idea. You know, top 12, that is going to be the race. That is going to be the play. Because the teams are still going to be looking to push themselves with regards to the top 16 for the overall standings as well. We do see a little bit of movement coming through, but of course we'll discuss that once we take a look at those standings to see exactly what the situation is and just how much work needs to come through from this very last match, especially for Group A. Because after that is going to be Livik, but Livik marks the end of the day. Here we go. Take a look at it. It's NIGMA still secured up in pole position, 182 points. We did see Quest and R8, both teams moving up 1 position. So Quest up into 2nd, R8 up into 3rd, and Brute Force getting moved down into 4th place. GEEKAY also then up into 5th. A beautiful 3-slot jump all the way from 8th place. GANGSTERS following suit, only moving up 1 position, but secured up into 6th. As you can see, 129 points being shared there between 6th, 7th, and 8th place. Now, second page, this is where it becomes important. You can see Slime Machine, I mean, they are close, right? So, essentially, from 13th to 16th, they are going to be trying to shake it up. That last attempt, the last effort to get themselves secured into this match. NASR being one of them, Triple being one of the others. But so the gap is not that big. For Triple, only 10 points. So it's not going to be too much of a problematic play. RTG, they have 100 points. So that means that there's about 5 points that they are leading by. And that is not a big barrier to work with. So there's going to be quite a bit of pressure to come through. But of course, our look at our performance here with regards to their statistics, as we take a look at the lovely Sanhok here, GEEKAY, the top performers, coming through with the most damage, as well as the most eliminations, sitting on a grand total of 51. Now, we did see NIGMA, Brute Force, and Twisted being featured there as well, but they are not going to be playing Sanhok, so those stats aren't that relevant right now, right? It is going to be more important for the Falcons, though, because Falcons, they've not yet had that winner chicken dinner come through on the map of Sanhok, but with regards to their positioning in the phase, the Falcons, they're not going to be feeling all too stressed, right? It would be nice to get that winner chicken dinner, But I don't think they are going to be putting a lot of focus on that, right? They just want to ensure that they have a good run, a good performance, and with that, ensure that they are going to be pretty safe. Based on the points, I believe they are going to be pretty safe. But of course, that is just my assessment of the situation. It all can still change up, right? As we know, Triple, only a few points away. 10 points, not a biggest gap. They can definitely look to close it up. But if we look at Triple's overall performance when it comes to the map of Sanhok, I mean, they sit on 7 average placement points, or 7 points that they've been able to secure so far out of the 7 matches that they've played, with 23 eliminations. So that puts them on about 3 eliminations per match. So they're definitely going to have to either get a lot more aggressive or look to play for that late game, because that is the only way that Triple is going to be able to contest for the top 12. But then the problem comes in is once we hop into the last match, the upset could still come through, right? So there's no guarantee at this point for anyone for the top 12, especially not looking at those lower positions. So it is essentially going to come down to the wire. 12th place, 13th, 14th, even 15th, as I've mentioned now, but Triple, 16th place, also pretty much in contention there. 12-point gap, maybe they could get it. But, well, let's find out exactly what our teams are going to be doing here as we venture into Sanhok to find out how this will go. Course, flight path not going to be all that important when it comes to the map of Sanhok. It's going to be more reliant on where that first initial zone will be taking us. So let's see what that will bring. Alright, so sometimes the zone takes its sweet old time to reveal itself. But let's see if that is going to be the situation this time around. As the teams, have actually quite a bit of congestion up north. Over in towards Tampang and Ruins. With Triple NASR. That could also be quite exciting. With NIGMA not being in this match, I could now look to capitalize on the availability of Sami. Not quite sure what Emad is going for, but, well, they are going to find Ali. Let's see if that trade is going to come through. Yep, there goes the zone. Nice and center. So the teams will be smiling, as we won't need to see any crazy, upsetting rotations come through. Everyone being well within reach. But now it comes down to timing, comes down to positioning. Speaking about positioning though, GEEKAY taking occupancy of boot camp. We got R8 in Paradise, CONQUEROR in Quarry. A little bit of that QQ, right? Speaking about QQ, up comes the pew pew as IKURD finds themselves a little bit of that triple action. Yeah, result, you gotta watch out for those hills. They just randomly pop up ahead of you. Not quite sure whether or not Triple are going to be surviving late into this game. They are definitely going to try. But based on what we've seen in the previous Sanhoks come through from the side of Triple, I mean, they find themselves smack dab center zone, or center board, right? 7 placement points, 23 eliminations, so definitely doing quite a bit of work with regards to those eliminations. Looking at the side of IKURD, IKURD could definitely benefit with a very successful run here. Only 18 points in total that they've been able to secure so far. 14 eliminations, 4 placement points. Allocating them into that 20th position for the Sanhok overall performances. Slime Machine, though, on the other hand, right there in the middle, sharing the space with the ONYX Ravens, both teams sitting on 18 eliminations and, of course, 12 placement points across the board. So I think an engagement between Sly and ONYX could be quite exciting, seeing that they are so balanced with regards to the way as to how they play. But now, Sly all the way up north, ONYX Ravens all the way down south, up in Camp Charlie. So I don't think that is necessarily going to be happening anytime soon. What we could be seeing is Vision looking to spring into action. Meanwhile, things are nice and quiet across the board. Vision only 2 points away from Sly and ONYX Ravens with regards to points. A lot more eliminations though, sitting on 23 as opposed to the 18 that we mentioned just a little bit a while ago. Next X though, sitting on 17 eliminations, having a bit of a tough run with those placement points. But let's see what they are going to be looking to prioritize this time around. Is it going to be aggression? Is it going to be survivability? Or a little bit of a balance of both? Also curious to see what the approach is going to be from NASR's side. Right, as I mentioned before, there is a chance. Not a very high chance. No, okay. Realistically, I don't think NASR are going to be able to secure the required points. Because they currently have 58. We'll see it at the top of the screen now. There we go. So 58 points to NASR. And they need at least 96 points. Right, so that is, what, 33 points? No, 30-something points. 38. They need 38 points in total. So getting 38 points out of a match is not something I've really seen happen before. Especially not with the current point system. So, yeah, I think NASR are going to have to settle for, well, essentially a 17th place finish for this phase. They don't see them making it out of the woods. Meanwhile, W7, they could also still play a bit of an upset. Triple could play it. Vision, CONQUEROR Iraq. Nice steady roll coming through here from RTG. RTG only leading by 5 points over 12th place. Sitting on 100. See it at the top of the screen there as well. So maybe a little bit of focus. Maybe a little bit of an effort has to come through from RTG. But this is fortunately for them not their last match of the day. Here we go. R8 also now locking in on center zone. We got GEEKAY, as you can see, hanging on the edge there towards the west. Nice bit of a spread coming through on their end. Triple with their duo, though, are going to be having a pretty tough time as the zone now centers up much closer to Bootcamp. In fact, actually centering up onto Bootcamp Hill. Oh, here we go, though. Next X. Oh, Dexter, unfortunately, not going to make it past either. Same goes for Mexico. Now it is going to be up to, well, that was Trizos, rather. Mexico is still surviving, managing to escape at least for the time being. Pulling in alongside Nawaf there. But next X, ARB, and IKURD, yeah, they've definitely not been blessed with regards to Sanhok. They are having a pretty tough run so far. So let's see, maybe they can bring in those needed adjustments just to increase their overall performance. And hear the shots just being hammered off in the background. Unfortunately, not making the necessary connections. Team Falcons now going to be looking to just roll their way on through that lovely quarry as well. Looking for a bit of a chance. 129 points to their name. They're going to be sitting quite comfortably. See them up at the top of the board, sharing that point, those points with Gangsters and ONYX Ravens. Right, but the push now needs to come through. We need to see a little bit of that action develop out across the board. Oh, the spray is there. Hero does find QTEL. This could be a great opener now for the side of W7. Especially seeing that they have the zone at their back. They don't have to stress about the blue. They don't have to stress about that positioning. Right, so ARB trying to play it nice and quiet. Right, they've got 2 players left. Or 3 players left. Doesn't seem like Ricard is going to be fighting just yet. Instead, they are going to be looking to bring QTEL back into the fight. Ooh, a little bit of exploration here. ARB coming under fire. W7 holding on with Waleed, but those third-party sprays will find their way on in. There we go. That is W7 right out of there. Right, so now the pressure continues to build for W7. I mean, they could still try and make a run for the top 12. But in essence, they needed to get some points right here on Sanhok. Right, they needed some points. Unfortunately, well, that wasn't exactly on the cards for them. The zone pulling over onto Trifecta. Hey, alright, they've been having a pretty good run so far. Not today necessarily, because for today they only have secured themselves 2 points. But, you know, yesterday was a glorious day. Now as we venture over into boot camp, you can expect quite a bit of that sweaty play to be the name of the hour. Quest up towards the north. They do have the players there from Slime Machine moving in behind them. So Kante Al-Hajj not going to have an easy play to work with here. Slime Machine, though, are going to be looking to, well, stay true to their name. They are also currently the gatekeepers for that top 12. The Falcons here also could potentially be looking to play for their very first winner chicken dinner, as they've not yet had the opportunity in any of the previous Sanhoks to pull that one off. Now IKURD applying the pressure here onto the ONYX Ravens. Saad just narrowly managing to get themselves raised up. Up comes Golden. Hey, but the strafe is there. The DBSs doing their thing, as the ONYX Ravens are our second team out. Now Falcon's going to fly on through, coming in alongside quite a few other teams. You can see the Gangsters and RTG. Hey buddy, oof, unfortunately falls to the blue zone damage. So RTG now up on 2 as they make a break for zone. We're pushing into the hills, getting a bit of overwatch down onto boot camp. So Quest Vision and Slime Machine could experience a little bit of difficulty holding steady. Meanwhile, Falcons also going to be opting to rotate on by as they still have the Gangsters holding out here in the blue. Oh, but that vehicle going up in flames is not what the Falcons need now. The Mar Pablo having to defend is never alone, gets swept out by the blue zone. Gangsters though, getting closed off. Down they go. Falcons with 1 point to their name. But now they still got to get their butts back into the zone because 1 point is not going to be enough if they are looking to push for that winner chicken dinner. IKURD though sitting on a very comfortable 6 eliminations. I gotta commend IKURD though, they've been having a very good day so far. We did see an immense amount of eliminations coming through, sitting on 18 so far. Oh, but the push going through from triple. Oh, down goes Damn. Results now not being exactly what they wanted. The vehicle about to go up in flames. Oh, narrow escape. But of course, those third-party sprays continuing from down the hill as GEEKAY move themselves into position. Let's see if Mexico will find a little bit of some. No look throw. Nope, doesn't find any damage, but down goes Result as Al-Hajj just helps them along. Triple, off they are. 12 teams now remain. Quest still looking for position. I mean, just on the edge. So close to getting themselves secured. But they got R8 to worry about up to the north, down to the south. It is going to be NASR that also can come swooping in behind them. But now that knock onto Ragnarok opens up the opportunities for CONQUEROR. Here we go as the Falcons also now get ready to apply their own bit of pressure, moving forward onto RTG. Rio getting bettered by the blue. Riva trying to make a run for it. Out on the cliffs they go. Oh, Falcons, unfortunate end as they just get overpowered. Beautiful nades coming through from the side here of RTG. Now Vision could look to play the opportunity, play their hand at RTG as well as Volt just scanning the horizon, looking to see if they can spot any movement coming through. But ARB and RTG going to be keeping it nice and quiet as the zone pulls right here onto the western side of bootcamp. Still a heavily contested southern region going to come through here. IKURD, NASR, GEEKAY, Quest, or CONQUEROR rather, and R8 yet to move on forward. GEEKAY though holding on to prime real estate. At least Gaith is. With Hope, Santa, all just up on that ridge line, is going to be applying quite a bit of pressure to the rotating teams. Esketon quite separated from the rest of the team, so they need to play this one a little bit more cautiously, especially if they're going to be hoping to assist the team in the later run. Meanwhile, NASR are just full sending it up into Gaith here. Gaith not having those reinforcements that they would need at this point, so it is going to be a 1v4. Then, of course, you add the side of CONQUEROR Iraq into the mix, and down goes Gaith. The Shaco secures it. GEEKAY getting punched on out of here. RTG hot on their heels, though. Let's see whether or not CONQUEROR are going to be able to get that jump in on NASR. IKURD also still trying their utmost. Currently holding on to 8 eliminations. Again, another amazing play coming on their end. But let's see, will they get those positions? As Aram is able to secure at least a little bit of an edge play. Twisted will be joining us back in the last match of the day. This is match number 4. We still have one more to go before we step over into Livik Of course, we still have Erangel yet to come. The Twisted are in Group B. Group B does sit out on match number 4. This is the last match of the day, though. Ooh. Going through for the players of Group A. Right, so that is GANGSTERS, GEEKAY, NEXT, X, and Quest. They are going to be concluding their 4th match. Waiting to see if they did enough to make it into Livik. And meanwhile, we wait to see what the results will be here. Waiting for that potential play now, the decisive play to come through to give us a bit of an indication as to who could be finding that winner chicken dinner. If you want to make predictions, let them loose. Let us know. Let me know. Ooh, who do you think is going to be clutching this one? In the meanwhile, we've got NASR trying to regain a little bit of ground. Oh, but they're going to have to push. Oh, now what though? Oof, IKURD also getting absolutely blown to pieces. Wow, 2 teams dropping in very, very close succession. NASR and IKURD. IKURD though getting sent away with a very healthy dose of eliminations. You can see 9 elims, and of course that placement point. Culminating in 10 total points for this match. Quest going to be making a lot of noise. Yes, our first match of the day was a rematch for one of our Erangels from yesterday. So today we've got 7 matches. Right, so we are now on match 4 for day 5, but technically this is the 5th match of the day. The 5th one that we've been looking at, so we still have 1 more Erangel to go before we conclude all our matches for day 5. And then, for match 6, aka match 7, we are going to be venturing into a little bit of that Livik action as well. Oh, but now ARB getting caught out in the open. 9 eliminations to their name, though. It's going to be Osama, QTEL. Oh, Smoker getting downed. QTEL not trying to make the most, but they don't have much health. The blue zone's going to be moving in. ARB could be ended right there. No, no. Go QTEL, go QTEL. Get it, get it, get it. Oh, so far QTEL is just barely surviving. Yep, there we go. Nawaf does confirm that play. Right, so for those asking about the rematch already happened. The first match of the day was the first match, was the rematch match, right? Essentially, it was match 3 from yesterday. Erangel, due to zone settings being a little bit glitched, not being what the teams are accustomed to be playing here. Oof. Ooh. So, as a result, we had to rehost and replay that match. But here we go. Next X now also going to be falling on down. Oh man, this is upsetting. Down to the final 2 we go. It is going to be Sly and R8. Do you want to make a prediction as to who you think is going to be clutching it out? Well, let me know. It can either be one of these 2 teams. Oh, oh, there we go. MG3 for the victory yet again. R8 reigning supreme. Locking in a very, very tasty chicken indeed. I believe that is their first. Yeah, their first chicken coming through on the map of Sanhok. So well done, well played to R8. Right, the first chicken tastes real good. Falcons were maybe trying to play for a bit of a position. Unfortunately, well, they didn't get beyond 12th. So, yeah, it is what it is, right? Still, the efforts were there. It is Sanhok at the end of the day. It is a very, very tough match to play, very tough map to make your way on through. But you got to appreciate the effort that the teams are bringing in. With that, of course, R8 now jump up to 37 eliminations that they've been able to secure on the map of Sanhok. Grand total of 56 points. So a healthy dose, a healthy share of points coming their way as well. The highest we've seen so far, or the highest we have currently, is of course in the side of GEEKAY, sitting on 87 total points, 2 winner chicken dinners, and 51 eliminations. NIGMA, of course, they've got 3, but they weren't playing. So yes, they are going to be joining us moving through into the next match. So we'll wait and see exactly how that is going to unravel, how that's going to unfold. But in the meanwhile, let's take a look at the points here as we get to see where the teams find themselves. Of course, now points building up, right? R8 walking away with a glorious 9 eliminations, as does ARB and the side there of IKURD. Of course, take a look at that second page. You can see Triple and W7. Oh, well, having a triple dose of donuts, right? That is essentially what they have to work with. No points getting sent their way as we get ready to take a look at the graphics. Oh, there we go. There we go. R8 coming through with a good play, but ARB are going to steal the show, finding 9 eliminations out of only 1,085 damage. That means 185 damage was not converted into eliminations. So a very, very impressive play there from the ARB champions indeed. IKURD, though, doing a lot of work, a lot of shooting. And I think it's fair to say that IKURD, they've definitely upped the ante immensely today, right? A strong representation. We'll take a look at just exactly how many points they were able to secure in a second. Of course, let's take a look at these replays in the meanwhile. Ooh. Yeah, Ida denying Dexter any opportunity on that one. But again, I'm not quite sure where IKURD found all this momentum from. I mean, where was this in all the previous days? Right? Maybe they were just trying to play, maybe trying to build up a bit of a story or something. You know, just holding off until, you know, this phase to really start popping off. But so far, IKURD find themselves sitting on 38 total points for the day. The most eliminations currently for the day, 27. That is quite impressive. The closest we have to that is going to come through from the side of GEEKAY with 22. PMWI effect. Who knows? Maybe it is exactly the case. Meanwhile, let's take a look at our MVPs. It is going to be QTEL coming through with 5 eliminations. Golden, that's ghosting us there with 760 damage. QTEL then also, right, 2 of those eliminations coming as a result of utility usage. Alhaje with a 304-meter hit. Impressive stuff, and 4.5 kilometers traveled there by Lath. Well, the greatest that we've seen from a player in this past match. So well done to the squads. But of course, as we know, it's all going to boil down to what the teams can bring in the last match. But first, we need to take a look and see how this match number 4, how lovely Sanhok, right, impacts our current positioning within the phase, right? Have the teams that have kind of concluded their games now been able to do enough to ensure that they make it into the top 12? Or is there going to be a bit of room as we venture into match number 5 for that upset to still come through, right? Because today is the fight for the top 12. As we know, Livik is, of course, coming up after Erangel. So there is still quite a bit of a way to go until we find our end here today. And of course, it's also going to be the end of phase number 2, which means as we step into Friday, that is going to be the start of phase 3. But while speaking about this phase, we have the players there from NIGMA secured on 182 points. Quest now also joining on the 100 points for eliminations. Very impressive. R8 then holding on to that 3rd place. So no changes, no shifts coming through with regards to our first page. Right. We do see FALCONS and ONYX tied on 130 points. But it's a bucket load of chicken up on that first page. Everyone having at least 2 and more. Take a look at the second page. This is where things start to happen, right? IKURD moving up into 10th. Sly moving up into 11th. With the players there from Vision also moving up into 13th. So CONQUEROR, as a result, they've moved down. Next X up to ARB. Also then moving up too. But, you know, it's a 2-slot move over there going to be enough, though? I mean, I think it is pretty much safe to call it and say that we're not essentially going to be seeing any teams from 17th downwards making it up into the top 12. Not on this last match. I don't think it's going to happen. But of course, it is still going to be a race to see who will be able to secure themselves in the final play, right? As we know, moving into the last match of the day, GEEKAY, GEEKAY, GANGSTERS, NEXT, and Quest, they're not going to be playing. It is going to be the return of Brute Force, KR, NIGMA, and Twisted. Right, so as we saw, the top 12, essentially, the buck stops at RTG. So Vision will have an opportunity to continue on with their efforts to try and secure themselves a position within that top 12. I mean, they are only 9 points away, right? That's it. Only 9 points away. CONQUEROR Iraq could still possibly do it, but it's going to be a tough play. And of course, I'm pretty sure RTG are going to be looking to defend as best they can, right? They don't want to get relegated into, well, the 13th position and beyond, right? They want to ensure that they make it up into Livik, because also they are playing for their share of bonus points. So there's going to be a lot coming through in this last match. But it's all going to boil down to how the zone and flight path is going to play out, how these teams are going to be looking to get themselves situated. So the pressure is going to be immense, right? A team like Brute Force, they've stepped up very, very well so far. Of course, securing themselves a healthy position, sitting with 139 points, as we saw. Obviously, secured well in that 4th position. Then we've got KR coming through. They are all the way in 20th with only 57, but they could still maybe look to jump up a little bit, right? Because at this point, all the additional points they can secure could maybe promote them up a few slots, and that allows for a few more bonus points to come through. As we know, finals just around the corner, so they definitely have to try and secure as many points as they possibly can. Then, of course, the players coming through from the side of NIGMA, well, they're at the top, right? They're not going to stress about any points. And, of course, they've got an 18-point lead over Quest, so I don't think that is going to be of any major concern to them. Then, of course, the other team that's joining us back again from the break is going to be the side there of Twisted. Twisted on 109 points, up in 9th place. I don't see them really having to stress. Maybe just trying to secure a few more points to get a little bit closer to the 130 we can see come through from the ONYX Ravens. I think that could be a good play because, again, you might have an absolutely insane play coming through from a team like Vision Esports, for instance, right? As I mentioned, trailing by only 9 points. They could easily catch up and overtake Twisted and IKURD all in one swoop, right? It's possible. It definitely is possible, especially looking at what we've been seeing so far from these teams. But it's all going to come down to those Erangel performances, right? It's all going to boil down to what these teams could have in store for us. So, ONYX Ravens, currently, well, also not in a position where they really need to worry. They're up in 8th place, 130 points. They are pretty proficient when it comes to Erangel. Other teams a little bit further down the board, right? We got R8, we got ARB, we got Falcons. It is going to be a tough play. Vision, though, I mean, they've definitely been able to capitalize on aggression. 52 eliminations to their name. Placement points is the issue for Vision when it comes to Erangel. Only 18, and that coming out of 15 Erangels. Yeah. It needs a little bit of love, but let's see just how much love they are going to be showing this map as we are making our way on through, starting up north, squeezing in right between Stolber and Severny, heading all the way down to just east of Primorsk. So a healthy dose of flight path finding its way on through here. Let's see where these teams are going to be getting themselves positioned. Brute Force, of course, going for the usual setup up into Severny. Yeah, 18 placement points, right? 70 points in total, but 18 placement points. 52 eliminations coming through. So they definitely don't need help with eliminations. They definitely don't. I mean, they are aggressive enough. But now they just got to look to play for that late game, right? Play for that positioning. Looking to make it at least up into like top 5, top 4, you know, maybe even further. Maybe even trying to play for winner chicken dinner. Who knows? But a lot of options are going to be available for them. So let's see what these teams will be bringing in. As the zone does reveal itself. Ooh, centered up on Gatka. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yep, so those points that I'm talking about is their overall performance on Erangel, right? Not their total points with regards to the actual leaderboard. Well, we obviously saw what Vision's points were. I mean, well, they can't win 2 more matches. They just need to win. They just need to win 1, right? That's it. If Vision can clutch this one out, that could be exactly what they need. I mean, you could almost go as far as to say that Triple and W7 will have to try and do the same thing. But it's going to be a little bit more challenging. Because looking at Triple and W7 on Erangel, I mean, W7, they've been able to acquire themselves 71 total points. Triple sitting on 80 total points, that across 15 games. So I don't quite know. Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? Alright, now speaking about points, NASR are going to be finding themselves the first one at the expense of Slime Machine. It's a good start here for NASR. It's going to be looking to acquire a few more additional points. Of course, NASR, I don't see them securing 43 points in one match. Doesn't make sense. I don't think I've ever seen that happen by any team. Oh, you know, so, yeah. NASR, I think, now just playing for bonus points. That's essentially all that they're playing for. Right, that is gonna be the name of the game, at least for a team like NASR. Twisted, as we know, they are sitting on 109 points. They can look to add a few more in, just to make sure that they are essentially guaranteed for the top 12. But again, we'll be keeping a very close eye at the top of the screen, because that is where the leaderboard will be updated live. In the meanwhile, the Falcons now just going about their business. Uncontested up in Yasnaya, Poliana, Broody Fruities! Brute forms all the way up in Saverni. Also, no one knocking on their door. They can just casually loot up. Slowly stroll forward into the zone. Exploring a little bit shooting range on the way. Enjoying the scenery. You know, because there's no one else nearby. The closest team to them, essentially at this point, is all the way in Rozhok. And if you know the map, you know that that is quite the gap. Quite the distance. I don't think they have to concern themselves about anybody looking to contest them anytime soon. Of course, it is all going to depend on how they rotate from here moving forward, right? If they take the plunge and push all the way into its center zone, towards Gatka, towards Chopsticks, it could present quite a few challenges, right? Because we currently have only W7 situated there, so let's see. Meanwhile, ooh, Steezy with a quick, easy trade. Finds 2. Xenox, J7. They're going to have to pick up the pieces here. Are they going to be able to close it out, though? Not an easy play by any measure. Sly going to be rushing in. Ooh, love this for Slime Machine, though. Closing up the gap. Bashe and Steezy on the front line. 13 with a bit of Overwatch. Beautiful hit. Now comes that final effort. The last attempt. Oh, Steezy, though, getting found. Xenox. Not going to lay down their weapon. Instead, they are going to try and clutch it out. Waiting for Steezy to push on the bridge. When I say bridge, I'm referring to the staircase. Oh, cheeky jump shot. No! Fashe secures the hit, and that is an unfortunate end for NASR. Only 1 point up. That brings them up to a grand total of 61 points, and we'll see that at the top of the screen. But our Slime Machine, well, they've got 4 eliminations. So they are not going to be worrying about anything at this point. So they need 1 more point to surpass IKURD and Twisted based on the current points. You'll see that at the top of the screen as well. So top 8 closing up there. We got top 12 right over there. So Twisted, IKURD still locked in on 109 points. Slide, as you can see, just 1 point away. But we are going to be keeping a very close eye on the side of Vision. They need 9 points. That is it. If Vision can envision it, they can accomplish it. But let's see how good they are at using their imaginations. Right. Well, not imagination. They have to use their skills. Because in imagination, I don't think it's going to get you all too far. Especially not in a competitive lobby of this caliber. Meanwhile, Triple now smacked up center there. Holding on to a little bit of chopsticks. Positioning. A little bit of Gatka spice as well. CONQUEROR knocking from that southern edge. RTG and NIGMA could come pushing through from that eastern front. Now it's going to be R8 and Brute Force fighting for Everest. Both teams side by side on the leaderboard. 19-point difference between these two. So if Brute Force are going to be looking to close the gap, well, they will have to end it for R8. Well, maybe they're trying to find a good solid option to play for. Right, who knows? It could be anything. Maybe that's just exactly the approach that they're looking to take. Exactly like a mud now with a bit of utility onto Yakuza. Oh, setup is there. No, but you can't contest the S12K or any shotgun for that matter. Especially if it's an automatic. Oh, well, good attempt being brought through here by W7. I mean, they tried to defend. You could see Waleed there also peeking across the way. But Waleed, is this you in the chat as well? Looking at Waleed out on the battlefield and Waleed in the chat. R8, NIGMA, and RTG being our predicted victors. Vision, Slide, and Twisted yet to find their way to the zone. They are going to start with those rotations. R8 now going to be taking the most western position. And due to the positioning of the rest of the teams, they're actually capable of taking quite a bit of a spread here. Triple, they've moved in, as we saw a little bit earlier, claiming the territory up in Gatka. Contesting the push coming through there from W7. Let's see whether or not they'll be able to push it all the way to the very, very end. RTG, though, all the way on that eastern side of zone. NIGMA, just a little bit towards their southwest. But NIGMA not really here to play for points or anything that could concern them at this stage. I mean, they've got an 18-point lead. As you can see at the top of the screen there. So they are not going to be feeling phased whatsoever. In the meanwhile, the plane is making its way on through as well. Things are surprisingly quiet. No mercy could never. Hey, puppy, what are we talking about on this one? Let's see what the zone will bring in as well. Ooh, there we go. There we go. You can see that observatory now also potentially coming into play, right? Prestige relatively close to that. Just has to move a little bit further down. All right, so that mad send now coming through as the teams are going to be looking to get themselves situated, positioned, and all the above. Things are eerily quiet, right? And then we've got No Mercy in the chat as well. Hey, there we go. I guess it works out. Alright, so it is going to be a push still. I mean, everyone just playing the surprisingly relaxed, right? Super chill. You know, it doesn't seem like anyone is going to be looking to get overly aggressive just yet. But now, you know, this adds to the suspense because once we get into the next phase or the one beyond that, I mean, it is just going to be a serious case of go, 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 go. There's not going to be not a lot to work with here, but there we have it. A little bit of a knock coming through from the side of CONQUEROR. Ooh, so Escaton currently is on their knees. ONYX Ravens also not just raising themselves back up. So R8 Escaton, the only one that is yet to be raised, and then we have restored our current players back to their full potential. W7 though going to be holding on to a two-piece. Waleed and Co up in center zone. RTG just having a little bit of a circling play there with the side of Twisted as well. Ooh, KR and R8. Yeah, Puppy, I agree with you on that one. This phase definitely proving to be quite challenging for NASR. So let's hope the next phase will be better. In the meanwhile, oof. R8 and the Falcons swooping into action. Ragnarok getting traded on down. It's all going to come down to Escaton. And again, such a vulnerable position to play from. We got Vision behind them. Falcons could really look to drive this one home. But that utility hit could be exactly what the side of Falcon now needs to get the job done. It is going to be a very defensive angle coming through here from Escaton. But of course, KR going to be looking to play upset as well. Finding the angles onto Pablo. Going to be looking to send that vehicle up in smoke. KR holding onto that 2-2 split. Right now, Vision. Ooh. Running a few hits as we can see coming through in the feed. But now comes the push, the play. The moment of truth here for the Falcons. Are they going to be able to survive the onslaught? Escaton also still just holding on for dear life. But at least being presented with an opportunity to get themselves out of that pressure cooker. KR with an absolute bombardment down onto the side of the Falcons. Meanwhile, we do say goodbye to Triple. They find only 3 points, not managing to make it up into the top 12. Not quite sure where Pablo found all these smokes, but boy, do they have a lot of them. They still have about 4 or 5 left. Now Viga's waiting in the wing. Bit of an opportunity, bit of an angle onto the side there of Vision, who've snuck in behind them. But not having as clear line of sight as they would have hoped. Now it's going to be Twisted and RTG fighting all the way down in the southeastern side of the zone. A very fair exchange on either side. Both teams down to essentially 2, but the trade is in. Groza getting found. Crypto now has to clutch this one out if they are going to be looking to solidify their positioning within that top 12. Riva on the opposite end. Look and see if they can close it out. Oh, Crypto sends one loose. Hey, Falcons though gets ended. Now Riva. Oh, Crypto on the money. There we go. Twisted sitting on 4 eliminations. RTG got to get backed up and shipped out. Off they go. 12th place it is. Slime Machine then also in that 13th slot with 4 elims to their name. But what a sweaty play we've been seeing so far. Of course, this is what happened a little bit earlier on. Vision now still holding on towards this northwestern side. Relentless with their efforts down onto the side of KR. As Viggers is not going to get that res in on their teammate. Instead, they'll have all the hopes and dreams of their team now boiling down on their shoulders. Oh, Crypto was able to get the team up, and with that, of course, Crypto gets absolutely snuffed out as Dammy and AZ are now going to be the final 2 contenders to carry that Twisted name on forward. Hoping for a bit of glory. Let's see whether or not that will be the case. Meanwhile, a very spread out positioning coming through across the lobby. W7, the only team up in center zone. Well, in zone just in general. You can see ONYX Ravens just dipping their toes in ever so slightly. But again, not an overly committed rotation going through from there end just yet. ARB and NIGMA down south. They could be prepping for quite a bit of carnage. Raouf, yep, kicks off the action as they do find that head up into Smoker. And now it's going to be down to whether or not NIGMA choose to apply the necessary pressure. They do find AZ as Twisted are trying to get themselves situated towards the edge of zone. It's now all solely reliant on Dammy. But as you can see, Dammy not having many options with regards to positionings. They got Vision and Brute Force just atop this hill. Ooh, hopefully Brute Force and Vision find each other instead. NIGMA now pushing in. Ooh, finding yet another hit onto Smoker. That re-knock raining true. QTEL trying to survive the team. But it's not going to be an easy one. That blue zone is going to be making it exceptionally tough. Especially you can see that health bar just ticking away. Vision coming in with a bit of a drift on towards Brute Force. But Neo's locks in the defense. Up comes Tapok. Down goes Tapok. And that is the end of the road. Vision. Off they go with only 3 points to their name. Trying to close the gap. Playing for that top 12. But it doesn't seem like it was on the cards for them. R8 also going to be ended right there. The RTG currently holding on to 104 points. Still sat comfortably in that 12th position. So Vision not going to be able to close that gap. Now it is going to turn to the side of Conqueror Iraq to see if they can get the job done. But they are also experiencing quite a bit of difficulty over onto the southeastern side. NIGMA coming through with a bombardment, the rain down of Hellfire, and that is going to be the end. Oh, but they do find themselves as well. As Freak and Lord rush forward into the blaze. Twisted, yeah, getting ended out in 8th place. Fortunately, Twisted managing to hold on. Oh, beautiful rush coming through here from Bolt. Vision just trying to rip apart the side of Brute Force. But as we saw, well, they weren't exactly able to accomplish their goal. Meanwhile, NIGMA still sitting with a very comfortable 4P. 7 eliminations up. Brute Force sitting on 8 eliminations. Definitely looking to push that tally as high as they possibly can. Golden trying for a bit of a reach. Trying to see if they can find Waleed. Yeah, why continue to use up your ammo if you can just send out a molly? Here we go. Mission completed. IKURD. securing their 6th elimination. Actually, 8 now. Onyx Ravens still having to close the gap, moving through from that eastern side. NIGMA now starting to expand on their own options here, as they are holding on to a 2-2 split. We do have Rauf and Lord on the edge, but the pickup is inbound. They've caught the scent of the Onyx Ravens. So let's see, are they going to look to rush? Push straight onto them. Lord's got to watch out, that vehicle is not looking all too healthy. If it starts to smoke like that, that is the cue. Maybe find another one. But, well, that is not going to deter Lord. Instead, they are going to be continuing their rotation further and further up to the edge of that zone, looking to secure a decent position on the southern side. Onyx Ravens now pretty much fortified on towards the eastern edge. Looking to see what their available options could be. IKURD also now have to relinquish control of their compound. They have to venture forward out into the open fields. There we go, KR now feeling that pressure. Vigors, yeah, running out of options as Ado and Neos just lock it in. That is the 9th elimination now, secured for the side of Brute Force. ARB getting sent out with only 1. Players there from KR, also at least managing to find a decent dose of points. But of course, now we need to take it a little bit further than decent, right? We need to get into the insane part of this day. Brute Force on 9. IKURD again on 9. ONYX yet to find a few points. But Golden now going down. Brought to their knees. Still 4 teams going to be fighting for possession here. Fighting for that winner chicken dinner. ONYX Ravens safe with regards to the top 12. But now they're playing for honor. Maybe going to be looking to see if they can secure even more points to get themselves away from the Falcons. I mean, we can see the situation, of course, developing. Taking a look at the leaderboards at the top of the screen. Of course, ONYX Ravens and Falcons were tied on 130 points coming into this match. Brute Force already up to 148, starting off with 139. ONYX Ravens still sitting 130 points. GANGSTERS on 131. Ooh. But the play is yet to be confirmed. Yeah, NIGMA Galaxy definitely got a whole different flavor running on their end now. They got to look to see how they will play it moving forward. They still have all 4 players up, sitting with 7 eliminations. They are extremely efficient when it comes to the Erangel performances, sitting with 101 total eliminations, aside from the 7 that they've got now. So that is 108 eliminations that they've been able to secure so far. 61 placement points, 3 winner chicken dinners, and a grand total of 169 points, right? That is if I count the current 7 points into that as well. So a very insane play, and I mean, they are leading by such an immense amount of points. I mean, a little bit, yeah, it's about what, like 30, maybe 40 point lead. That is absolutely insane on Erangel. But no, ooh, Groups finds themselves a bit of an ONYX Raven there. It is going to be R. Being stopped in their tracks. Laith Saad Saleh now having to try and retaliate. Freak has been found. Brute Force going to be looking to come through with a bit of a sweep here. As we load up the action. Getting ready to push on forward. Upwards and onwards we go. Coops pushing through. Could they find that nade? Was now just trying to lay down a little bit of a smoke road to get their position even closer to the side of the ONYX Ravens. They want to put themselves just well within reach of those utilities. But now is Brute Force going to look to allow that? As you can see, Brute Force starting to push up, right? They've essentially got half of the zone under their control. That entire southwestern side is theirs to make with as they choose. Keeping the rest of the teams at bay. A very different brute force from what we saw in that previous phase. Now, phase 2, day 5 is going to be that opportunity. Oh, here comes the rush. Here comes the play. Ado taking a little bit of damage. Ooh, but the nades coming through from the ONYX Ravens. That is going to be easy, though, getting hit. Brute force up to 11. Let's see if they're going to go farming. Got Prepart and Neo sitting on 5 and 4 eliminations respectively. One of the best plays we've seen from the Brute Force squad up to date. But it's all going to come down to the wire. Look at that position. Look at that spread. Brute Force not having anything to worry about. They're not coming through on towards Golden. Oh, Ado steals it away. 13 eliminations now already under the belt here for Brute Force. Locking in 2 since we looked at them last. Ali very low on that health bar. Not quite sure if they're going to be able to make it out. Ooh, nope. That is the answer to it. Neos does secure the spray. ONYX Ravens are going to be having quite a bit of difficulty here as Brute Force look to step it up again. 14 eliminations and counting. 15, 16, Brute Force. What on earth is going on? Saad still going to be holding steady for the ONYX Ravens. And then, of course, it is down to Lord and Coops to defend. But Brute Force now just working their way through the opposition. I mean, they took out the entirety of... Well, IKURD. They just disposed of them. Now, they've already taken down 3 of the ONYX Ravens. Making it look like it's no big thing, right? It's just like, you know what, well, whatever. We'll just pop off. There's few hits. We only 2-3 players. Let's see what we can make happen right here. Ado now pushing up onto the loot crate. I mean, I think this goes a little bit beyond Zone Bless advantage, right? Because this is just sheer brutality. Goops now getting found. Goops getting ended. Oh, Lord getting ended. 18 eliminations. They doubled the amount of eliminations they had moving into this phase. And that just in a matter of moments. Saad, the final player, standing between Brute Force and 19 eliminations. I mean, Brute Force coming out of nowhere. Like, they were sitting much further down the board. Oh, and there we go. 19 elimination. Winner, chicken dinner. As the Broody Fruities reign supreme. Yes, if you didn't know, that's what I call them. Because a very fruitful performance from their end. Absolutely amazing, amazing job. You can see just how happy and satisfied they are with that phenomenal performance that they brought through. But you got to appreciate that. I mean, that now moves Brute Force into a whole different position, right? That is their first winner chicken dinner when it comes to the map of Erangel, right? The first one locked in, secured. That is it. Ticked off, you know, job done, mission completed. But, I mean, that changes up their points. They've now been able to secure themselves 103 points. Right, R8 sat on 100, finished off on 102 points being acquired on this map. But Brute Force sit with 72 eliminations. I mean, that is insane to see. And I mean, as we saw, 19 of those just came in this last match. Right, that is so crazy to have. But, you know, well, mad respect going out to Brute Force. Of course, let's take a look at what the rest of the teams were able to bring in as Brute Force walk away with 29 points in total. IKURD managing to find themselves 9 eliminations. I mean, IKURD having a really good day here as well, right? Let's be honest about that. locking in the most eliminations that we've seen for them so far. 36 in total, right? So the ones that we just had there, just adding to that. And of course, as we move a little bit down, we can see every team at least walking away with points on the board. But Brute Force with 3,400 damage, that is absolutely insane. I mean, NIGMA getting less than half of that with only 16 and 66. That's it. 7 eliminations getting found. Oh, wow. This is a pretty glorious play. I mean, IKURD, though, they are going to be coming through with the strongest conversion rate. Finding 9 eliminations out of 1,300 damage. That is a pretty strong rate. But you got to commend the efforts coming through from Brute Force. I mean, dealing 36, 34 eliminations worth of damage. Finding 19 out of that. I mean, insane, right? Such a beast mode performance on their end. Brute Force absolutely decimated the lobby. 100% accurate. 100% accurate. They essentially took down 5 teams. 5 teams. That is crazy. I mean, we've seen crazier. We've seen a 22 elimination play, but for Brute Force to come out of nowhere, play like that, beautiful, beautiful stuff. Let's take a look at a few of the highlights from this past match. I mean, this was moving into the later stage. They already had 13, right? So they just kept on locking on target after target after target, and I think decimation is a very accurate word to use to describe what we've been seeing so far. I mean, of course, in this last match, the zone only able to claim 2 players. But wow, Neo is coming through with 7 eliminations. Prepod locking in on 1191. AZ finding that utility finish with Discrim hitting a 322-meter hit. So IKURD, they were definitely active, right? You got to give them that. Those 9 eliminations definitely going a long way. And as a byproduct of that, Aram had to do a lot of rotating. A lot of movement had to come through in order for a team like IKURD to secure themselves 9 eliminations. But IKURD finishing off the day with 36 eliminations. That is the most that we have across the board, at least for today. So a very, very strong finish on their end. I mean, the closest that we have to that is going to come through from Brute Force with 25. So seeing that they got 19 in the last match, right, that means that they only had 6 eliminations prior to this. So amazing stuff coming through. But of course, let's take a look at those leaderboards. It is going to be the race for the top 12. Right here, we have our top 8. So major shift coming through for Brute Force, hopping up 2 slots. ONYX Ravens also getting promoted 3 slots. The Falcons up 1. Now, as a result of Brute Force's move, Quest and R8 having to move down 1 as well. GEEKAY moving down 2 slots, GANGSTERS moving down 2 slots, IKURD hopping up 1 into that lovely 9th position. But the top 12 is going to stop on 104 points. So Vision coming close, falling short by only 7 points. I mean, Vision tried in this last match. You can see that they were trying to play for it. Unfortunately, well, the opposing teams were just not having any of it. But maybe we'll see Vision make it in Phase 3. Maybe they'll be able to play a little bit of that Livik action. But yeah, so at least for the teams from 13th down to 20th, right, that is it. That's where they find themselves. No change going to come through. So they're going to have to settle for the bonus points that they get, right? That is it. So 13th place going to be picking up 12 points. And then, of course, it makes its way down all the way to that 20th position. Or is it 11 points? Not quite sure. Wait, no, that is 9, 8, 7. Well, yeah, so they're going to have 7 points and down, right? So next X going to be finding themselves with 1 bonus point being awarded to them. Unfortunate drop down coming through on their end as well, but as we know, it is what it is. Well, so as we know, for the final match of the day, it is going to be Livik. And while we load it up, let's take a bit of a break. We'll see you guys back in a short few moments.
رزلت، حدثنا أكثر عن فريقك وروسترك الجديد، وأيضا عنك وعن نفسك. من وين أنت؟
هلا مرحبا، اسمي متعب وساكن بالرياض وعمري 24 وتيمي تريبل اي سبورت ومستحدث جديد، وإن شاء الله إن احنا نكون قد التحدي وقد ثقة الجمهور فينا إن شاء الله.
حدثنا أكثر عن طريقك في عالم الإي سبورت في ببجي موبايل وكيف وصلت لهم.
طريقي بالإسبورت يعني كبداية أي لاعب من الكلاسيك إلى الإسبورت، يعني عبر البي ام سي او. أول مشاركة لي كانت، ثم بعدها البي ام بيل وتدرجت في الاي سبورت من 5 سنين، وقطعت عن الاي سبورت فترة ومشاغل الحياة، وراجع ان شاء الله وبقوة.
أكثر المهارات اللي بيمتلكها ريزلت تأثيرا وبتعطيه قوة وشيء مميز عن الآخرين، وأكيد هي من أسباب نجاحه. حدثنا عنها.
اللي يخليني أكون متميز أو سبب نجاحي في اللعبة إني رايق يوم أكون داخل بالجيم، رايق وبدون أي فلسفة كسكيلز أو يعني ما فيني أي استعجال، وأتوقع برضو إن أي جهد.
رزلت وانت متوجه للبي ام بي ال، اعطينا كلمة لخصومك.
تريبل اي سبورت جايكم بحلته الجديدة، انتبهوا منه.
رزلت، هل هي من احلامك ان تكون موجود ضمن فعاليات ببجي موبايل اي سبورتس في موسم الجيمرز ديت القادم؟ في حال وصلت، شو راح تكون استعداداتكم وكيف راح تقدر تهيئ الفريق لهيك نوع من المنافسة القوية على مستوى العالم؟
أكيد هي من الجيمرزات الآن تندرج من الأحلام في المراحل اللعبة، لأنها تعد من أكبر بطولات وجميع أفرقة العالم مشاركين فيها، وإن شاء الله السنة الجاية بنكون فيها بإذن الله، وجميع الاستعدادات بتكون استعدادات مكثفة جدا 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 لأبعد درجة، تكون بسبب المشاركة إن شاء الله، وبنعطيها حقها الكامل إن شاء الله.
بمتابعتك للبي ام دبليو اي واي بطولة اوفلاين، شو احساسك مع صوت الجماهير وتشجيعهم؟ شو بتحب توجه كلمة للجمهور؟
أكيد بمتابعتي بي ام دبليو اي ودي إني أكون مشارك، لأن بطولة اوفلاين كبيرة، زايد إن قاعد أسمع أصوات اللي يحبوني وأصوات تشجيعهم لي بإحساس جدا جميل، وإن شاء الله نكون قد الثقة فيكم وقد تشجيعكم إن شاء الله.
ورجعنا لكم أعزائي المتابعين كل
Exactly. Of course, we are getting ready to hop into our last match of the day. It is going to be time for Livik. And of course, time for us to see exactly what our teams are going to be bringing to the battlefield, right? So this is the last opportunity for the top 12 to secure themselves a few points. And of course, well, an extra little bit of a little bit of stash there, a little bit of cash, right? Of course, $300 going out to our most crossbow finishers. So that is not something that we've seen much of just yet. Of course, $450 going for the most creative knocks, right? So 5 points getting brought into a pan knock being brought in, right? Then we've got our My Style, the one-man army, as well as the fan favorite. So $225 going for the My Style. Oh, that's the one-man army part, rather. The fan favorite is going to be $300 worth. And then, of course, we do have, well, the one with the most eliminations, right? The one-man army play coming through there as well. So there is going to be a lot to look at as we are going to be stepping out into Livik. That didn't make a lot of English sense, but, you know, I just made noises. It sounds like I said something. If you understood what I said, great. Please let me know what I just said, but either which way. I think what I tried to say is there's going to be a lot to look at. That sounds a little bit more accurate. Either which way, we've seen a little bit of a performance come through on Livik. Of course, obviously, the previous phase, right, having its own version of Livik come through. The top performing team that we had last time was Vision, but Vision, they didn't make it in, right? They fell short by 7 points. Very unfortunate play, but this is going to open up the opportunity for a team like GANGSTERS now to try and maybe reclaim a little bit of that territory, right? The only points that we've seen so far is GANGSTERS on 9. We've seen GEEKAY also then on 9 points. We had Sly Machine on 9 points as well. Twisted, they secured themselves 8 points previously. We had 7 points coming through to the side there of the Falcons. And then, of course, we had RTG with 5, ONYX Ravens, and NIGMA on 2 and 1. But this is also then the first opportunity for teams like Quest, Brute Force, IKURD, and R8, right? The previous Livik, we didn't have them here. Well, now they are present, and they are going to show us exactly what they are going to be bringing out to the battlefield. So if you've got any potential predictions as to who you think could be the team to run away with the show, let me know in the chat, right? Last time it was Vision with 13 eliminations. No one else got close to that. The closest that we had to it was Slime Machine, who found themselves 8. So do you think we are going to be seeing the same kind of consistent performance from the teams that have already played it? Could we have Quest, Brute Force, IKURD, and R8 now just blowing everything out of the water? Right? Where do you think it is going to end? Curious to hear your thoughts. Let me know in the chat. Of course, we are going to be loading up on the action pretty soon to see exactly what these teams will have in store. As we also took a look at it, right, there is, of course, a great opportunity for teams to play for a little bit of an extra cash prize there as well, right, getting distributed at the end. But yeah, for the phase, it is going to be still a bit of a pressure play. I mean, there's not many gaps really consisting between these teams. The gap between NIGMA and Brute Force, it is pretty great, 26 points. Then, of course, the gap between R8 and ONYX Ravens currently sitting on 22. So the rest of that can still change up. So Quest only trailing with 4 points behind Brute Force. R8 only 4 points behind Quest. We've got GEEKAY and the Falcons pretty much on exactly the same amount of points. Well, not pretty much, they are 132, which is only 5 points away from the ONYX Ravens. So again, there's a lot to try and play for here, as the teams can still move up a slot, get themselves that additional distribution of bonus points. But who's going to be the team to pick it up? We don't know. That's why I want to hear what your prediction is, because I am really horrible when it comes to predicting the outcomes of these maps. But if we look at statistics, because that's the only thing I have to go on, right? I'm probably going to go with, well, I'm going to go with one of the new teams. So I would say either Brute Force or R8, right? If we look back to the previous season, the previous time that we had a bonus map find its way on through, yes, it was Livik the last time, so it's not an accurate assessment, right? The data doesn't really hold true all the way through. But last time, aside from GEEKAY, Falcons were the other team that were really performing exceptionally well. So who knows? I mean, NIGMA got a winner, a chicken dinner. Brute Force got a winner, a chicken dinner. Team GQ got a winner, a chicken dinner. So I'm going to go with Brute Force. Yes, it was Vikendi. It's not exactly Livik, but we'll take it. We'll take it. We'll say it's the same kind of thing, right? It's the extra bonus map. Of course, we also then taking a bit of a look here at a few of the highlights from the previous Livik that we had. This is where we had quite a bit of that carnage erupting all over the place. But impressively, we haven't seen any of those hits come through from Vision just yet, right? 13 eliminations. I mean, they were making a lot of noise. But here we go. RTG made their play. Everyone trying their utmost, right, to secure as many points. But yeah, as I've said, if you've got any prediction as to who's going to be taking this, let me know. If you have any thoughts on where that zone could be going, also let me know. It could be taking a shift in any which direction. As we know, this also then being Livik, flight path doesn't matter all too much. It's all going to be down to what that zone is going to be bringing through and where these teams are going to be looking to get themselves situated. Last time we did see the zone pulling a little bit further down to Old Plaza. So, do you think we are going to have another Reed's Old Plaza finish? Or could it maybe be Midstein? Could it maybe be up into the Lupenfeld? Could it go all the way down to Aqueduct? Maybe Hot Springs? Maybe it could go into Crabgrass? I got to be careful with that name because I tend to mispronounce it. Right, and that's not exactly something that I can say while being on air. Alright, so we got to call out a shout out going out for Twisted Minds. Well, I mean, they've already found themselves 3 eliminations previously. So again, not the craziest amount that we've seen, but eliminations nonetheless. Right, so either Twisted or Falcons. Well, yeah, both of them are sitting on 3 eliminations. So it's a very even play between the two of them. Falcons, though, they are going to be dropping very centered into the zone. Twisted, as you can see, a little bit further up north. Ooh, first blood coming in at the expense of GEEKAY. As R8 gets right down to business. Twisted now feeling a little bit of the challenge here as well, as Evo Station has been knocked. And that is not going to stop there. As you can see, Falcons also getting a hit come through. Damar on their knees. Let's see whether or not Evo Station is going to be able to survive. Will Twisted get down to business? Up comes AZ, looking for a bit of an angle, bit of an opportunity, but Golden, oh, gets their ticket punch. It is the end. Oh, and AZ falls as well. P90 doing its thing. Right, the shots coming through in the background there. IKURD now trying to close it up. Falcons and RTG going toe-to-toe as well. Ooh. Falcons very vulnerable at this point, as it's now all reliant on Never Alone to see whether or not they can actually survive. You've got Damar knocked out just up ahead. Oh, yeah, we go. Never Alone is never alone as they get to accompany the rest of the squad back in the lobby. IKURD still going to be pushing on. Looking to see if they can find a little bit of leverage onto the side here of Twisted. Already reduced down to a 2-piece. IKURD down on 3. But again, playing for that position. Playing for that possession as well. There we go. Quick work being made there of Crypto. I think for IKURD especially, that is a nice sigh of relief. Seeing that they don't have to worry about Crypto any longer. But AZ, Dammy could also still look to pick it up. Maybe try and find a bit of an opportunity. R8 now going to be moving. Well, not moving, right? They're just solidifying themselves up into mid-stein. RTG and Quest, though. Just holding in the wing, looking for a bit of an angle. Ooh, there we go. Galaga finds the chance onto Easy. But it's not all that it makes it out to be. Anything but easy. But if you want to drop predictions, get them in. Let me know, who do you think is going to be clutching out this last match of Phase 2? RTG already sitting on 4. That is already better than they brought in on the previous one. Last time we saw them only getting 3 eliminations. We got Quest, NIGMA, R8, Quest, and of course Slime Machine being predicted. So let's see who's going to be on the money with those predictions. Do you agree with the Arabic casters? Or do you think it's going to be someone else? I think it could maybe be Brute Force. Right? Tell me what you think. Is it going to be GEEKAY? Is it going to be the Gangsters? We did see that one prediction coming through for Slime Machine. I mean, they are holding on to a very comfortable southeastern spot. All the way up into Old Plaza and that logistics center. So they're not going to have to worry about a single thing. Meanwhile, Brute Force and the Gangsters could get into a little bit of a tussle here. See Brute Force now just scanning the area. Neo's looking for a few of those out of place pixels. Jafar, ooh, could get baited. Seems like this is a Brute Force setup. Yep, they've not made a single noise. So they are going to be looking to just rush it out to the very, very end. Oh, looking for the opportunity. Could they find it onto the side of the Gangsters here? Alright, so Walsh is going to be the first one to fall. Oh, nice. The trade is in. A 1-for-1. Oh, maybe a 1-for-2. Oh, Neos though. Kevin with a beautiful spray. Down goes 8-0. Come on, the push is there. Neo's pre-pot now just having to survive. Looking to see if they can ride the storm out to the very, very end. We got IKURD now also approaching from that eastern side. Ali, Aram, and Unknown. Utility starting to heat up the whole situation. IKURD could definitely play a major, major upset in the survivability of both these teams. Oh, yep. Neo's not accounting for the whereabouts of the lovely KR squad as we do say goodbye to Ado. He's now pre-potted Neo's to uphold the honor here for Brute Force. IKURD starting to wrap around, starting to flank their way on through onto the lovely Brute Force and Gangster squads. As we got Kevin and Jafar getting ready to contest. They want to defend, right? Just lock in on their compound. But the unfortunate part is, well, once they do that, they will still have to rotate up to zone. As we can see, the blue just being 12 seconds or so away from closing up entirely, taking us into that second phase. And of course, now with the shift coming through, it does take us back up to a bit of a position. Where would it be, though? Ooh, it's going to center up right onto R8. But now it's all come down to a bit of a standoff. Players being okay with tanking a little bit of that brute damage as Aram finds the opportunity onto pre-pod. Beautiful follow through. Third elimination on board now for IKURD. The rest of the lobby all situated within this next zone. So a lot of the pressure going to come through on towards this northern edge here up in stable. Does seem like gangsters are just keeping their eyes down towards that southern side. But again, someone has to give, right? Someone has to relinquish control. Brute Force now down to Neos. So it seems like my prediction might not come true. As Brute Force only have one, right? Usually it proves to be quite difficult. Here comes IKURD. I mean, they have the opportunity here just to get themselves out of the situation and get themselves safely, securely positioned all the way in towards that next phase, right? Because they have quite a bit of ground to cover. They can't really afford to expend too much HP at this point. But Ali also now just trying to see if anything is going to give. Nothing much just yet. You see the communication coming through between Unknown and Ali here. The rest of the lobby going to be holding steady. Twisted with their duo all the way just north of Midstein. Does seem like GEEKAY are going to be looking to push in on them. Ooh, ONYX Ravens. Oh no, this is the ONYX Ravens. Never mind, I said GEEKAY. Kind of looked the same from the previous match. I forget that it changes up once we move up into Livik. As Lath gets sent away. Saad now. Oh. Sneaky spot here by Dami. There we go. The follow through is there as AZ gets it in. IKURD slowly making their way up towards the zone, leaving Brute Force and Gangsters here to fend for themselves. As you can see, that zone getting ready to pop yet again. But where is it going to go, though? Who will have themselves blessed with a beautiful positioning? Oof, okay, so it swings a little bit over on towards the edge there. Now R8 trying to decide, are they going to rotate out of Midstein? Looking to venture into those compounds. Meanwhile, it is a serious waiting game coming through here for the side of the Gangsters. NIGMA, though, treading their way on forward as they found a little of that RTG opportunity. Ooh, Groza is down as R8 comes through for the steal. But RTG not going to let NIGMA just run right over them. Instead, going to look to contest. Raouf super low on health. Fortunately, the rest of NIGMA just in the wing. Ooh, Quest now playing cleanup. Freak already get confirmed. Now it's up to Lord and Coops. The spray is there, but Alhaji unfortunately not finding the angle. Oh, Coops, come on. Oh, so close to clutching it. There we go. RTG getting sent away with 4 eliminations up. Up comes Quest now, looking to capitalize, looking to play the upset onto the NIGMA side. Raouf taking a little bit of damage thanks to utilities raining down on them. Ooh, Coops about to get pushed. Fortunately, that animation working in their favor. Not exactly getting spotted, but having a little bit of an issue with that door. Ooh, up comes Alhaji. Where's it gonna go? Oh, the trade is in. Alhaji taking quite a bit of damage, but the jump shots coming through from Fidan looking to defend. As Coops now find themselves all alone, and up comes Ragnarok sneaking in. A beautiful hit there for R8. So with that, we are down to 8 remaining teams as Brute Force gets taken down by good old Chucky Norris. Blue Zone doing its thing. Ragnarok getting hit with a return play there from IKURD. Who's just made their way closer towards that zone. 23 players alive. ONYX Ravens down to 2. Twisted Gangsters down to 2 as well. IKURD now playing for a bit of a position, but again, those trees, those pesky trees coming in the way. GEEKAY and Twisted now looking to get into a little bit of an engagement up in towards the north. Again, just outside of zone, so fortunately, there's not a lot of ground for them left to cover, should they decide to rotate. ONYX Ravens, though, all the way on that far southern edge. Gangsters also about to just get themselves out of the blue. Twisted now trying to ride the ridge here. Maybe do a little bit of that blue zone surfing as well. Ooh, there we go. Ooh, nice. Jafar has been found just as they got themselves into the zone. Now it's going to be the opportunity here for Twisted to try and have a little bit more of a successful run. Looking to make it in a little bit further, but again, a very risky stopping point here. Ooh, turning the tables now on GEEKAY. As Gaithan Ragnar gets knocked, the vehicle explosion comes through. Dami getting hit with a third-party spray. Is AZ going to be trying to make it up into zone and narrowly does it. Steezy, unfortunately, getting taken down, as the zone will not allow for a lot of that continuation to come through. GEEKAY getting sent back empty-handed. Nothing but placement points. Alright, so ONYX Ravens also going away empty-handed. Now, IKURD yet to recover that ground. Twisted AZ all the way on the very edge. Not a very hopeful rotation that is going to come through here. Oh, you got to watch out for Fashe. Oof. Come on. Is he going to try and run it out? 13 holding on the edge. Oh, the angles are there, and that is Flashe securing the finish. Twisted out in 5th. 5 elims to their name. R8 now trying to hold on. You can see the shots connecting through on towards Ida. SK are going to be making a run for zone. But again, just managing to stay ahead of it. Sly Machine and Quest holding on to some strong numbers here. R8 sitting on 7 eliminations already. Quest on 3. Sly on 3. It's all going to come down to the wire. That last chance, that last play. As the blue zone is gonna look to constrict the play yet again. But Sly looking pretty confident at this point. They have the numbers advantage. Will they be able to utilize it? Ooh, Alhaje with a nice bit of a setup. Spots 13, sends the shots. Quick little bit of a patch up coming through. Esketon and Prestige still trying to get themselves secured into the zone, making that last ditch effort as they push on forward. Beautiful setup here from Fidan, just capitalizing all the way through. Now it's going to be a 3v4 fight to the end to see who's going to be securing their winner chicken dinner. Sly Machine they wanted. They want to grab it with everything they can. Quest now holding nice and steady. Fidan taking quite a bit of damage. Kante about to get pushed. You see Steezy and Co holding on the edge. Flashe on the opposite end, but quite a bit of fishing coming through here as Alahaje cooks it up. Oh, the shot is coming out. Oh, drop shots trying to be pulled. Quest does secure themselves the victory. That winner chicken dinner. Doing so with a very healthy dose of eliminations as well. I mean, Quest, they stepped in here. They meant business. Making very quick work. Very quick work of the opposition. I mean, that was a very impressive showing coming through from the side of Quest, locking in an insane amount of eliminations. We'll take a look at that as well. I mean, well, not insane, but still a very steady flow of eliminations getting sent their way. So a very happy day on the Quest side. But of course, we need to see how all of that impacts our overall standings. Of course, where these teams find themselves after this match has now been concluded. And essentially, that is the end of our third phase, right? We still need to take a look at those leaderboards, see who our MVP for the phase is as well. But again, a lot of predictions could come through, not predictions, right? But quite a few changes could still make their way on in here, as we are going to be looking at our teams to see exactly how many points are awarded to them. But again, right, this phase is really exciting. We did see a phenomenal step up come through from the side of Brute Force, really doubling down on their efforts. We also did see IKURD really stepping up the ante, especially moving in from, I believe it was day 3. Really upping up that performance, upping up the performance, yes. Upping the performance across the board. Also, we did see quite an aggressive day today with a bucket load of eliminations getting distributed. We'll be taking a look at that momentarily to see exactly where our respective teams find themselves. But of course, moving into this match, right, IKURD had 36 eliminations before we stepped over in towards Livik. Now, that is not the kind of play that we've seen come through from the side of IKURD before. Right now, take a look at our standings for this match. IKURD only going to be finding themselves 5 this time around, as where we see Quest then securing 19 points in total. R8 walking away with a glorious 12. But some heavy shots getting dealt on this side. NIGMA only finding themselves 3 eliminations. RTG on 4. As we take a look a little bit further down, well, ONYX Ravens also then coming in on 2 points. Brute Force on 2, as well as GEEKAY with 1. And Falcons, unfortunately, getting sent back empty-handed. But it is inevitable, right? These teams can't always have an insane play. As, you know, they just need to try and get as much of a performance as they possibly can. And this is what we look forward to, right? This is why Livik makes it so exciting, because the teams have the opportunity to secure themselves quite a few more points, right? And we need to see if that has changed any of the positions up. Now, Quest walking away with 1,819 damage. For grand total of 9 eliminations. IKURD coming through with 1,100. But the strongest conversion rate is going to lean to the side there of R8, with 7 eliminations being brought through on 1,005 damage. So pretty strong stats coming in on their end. But of course, now the main question comes is how all of this impacts our overall positioning for our respective teams, right? Did we see any major shifts come through with regards to the phase? Is there any drastic changes that we'll be seeing here? Because as we saw, NIGMA, they secured a few points. I don't think that Brute Force are going to be catching them, at least not for this phase. I mean, NIGMA came into this last match with a 26-point lead. That's quite difficult to pull off, especially on a map as tiny as Livik. But let's take a look at our chicken dinner winners for the day. It is going to be Twisted taking that first one. Then, of course, the Falcons, GEEKAY, R8, Brute Force, and Quest. But the fattest chicken went over to the side of Brute Force. 19 eliminations. Of course, the most damage as well, which makes a lot of sense. But the team who took the least damage, of course, was the side there of Twisted, taking only 790 damage, as opposed to, well, the 1150 that we saw come through on the side there of Brute Force. So quite a bit of a difference, right? Not too much of a difference, but a difference nonetheless. But I think now comes the prediction as to who do you think our MVP of the day is? Because I think that is what we are going to be taking a look at next. So any predictions for MVP? Let me know in the chat. Drop in your call-outs for that. Again, there was many contestants stepping up to the plate. Who it could be potentially, I don't really know, because it's been tough. It's been really tough, as we saw so many teams stepping up to that plate, locking in the plays. If it's someone from IKURD, I would not be surprised, just due to the sheer amount of eliminations they've been able to secure, or potentially maybe even someone come through from the Brute Force side. I think it could be either of those. Again, my predictions not always very accurate. And now it is going to be time for us to find out exactly who it is. It is none other than Alhaji coming through from the side of Quest. Boogie predicted Lord or Gaith. Unfortunately, we were both wrong. It is going to be Alhaji with 2,947 damage. And of course, finding those 14 eliminations out of that as well. So glorious play there. Well done, well done, well done. But you really gotta commend the efforts coming through here from Alhaji as we take a look at our players here as well. NIGMA locked in to pole position 197, 3 points shy of hitting a glorious 200 pointer. I mean, that is just an immense number of plays that they've been able to bring in so far. I mean, a very respectable effort on their end as well. Got to really appreciate all the action, all the carnage, the chaos they've been able to bring it to the battlefield here. But of course, as we know, right, it is going to be a shift across the board as we can take a look at that last page. So we do close it up with 60 points coming through then for the side of NEXX. I mean, they tried, right? Really trying to secure a good finish as best they possibly could. You thought that was the overall. No, that's not the overall. So that is only for the phase, right? Remember, we also still have those points, the big running leaderboard coming through for our respective teams with regards to the main overall standings. But of course, then that brings us to the end of what we've been able to see come through in the second phase, right? So the next stop is going to be phase 3, the last 5 days of league stage, to see who will be able to climb to the positions they are looking for, right? It is going to be that race for the top 16, as there is going to be quite a bit of contention coming through. Of course, as we know, the top 16 is also looking pretty tight. And of course, well, just to prove why predictions are difficult. If you look across the board here, you can see Wolf finding themselves in a very similar position as to where I find myself with regards to those predictions. Legend, just being a legend, right? Being able to secure those predictions across the board. I guess it helps at the end of the day. Watching enough of these teams, you get a bit of a sense as to what you could be expecting to come through from them. But again, a very exciting phase, a phenomenal step up coming through from teams like Brute Force, for instance, really just, you know, letting it loose completely. Just bringing in a very, very strong performance on their end. You got to commend that. IKURD also locking in a few more points. Definitely got to be looking to that third phase rather to see whether or not the teams will be able to more consistently up the ante here, because it is going to be the final race, right? The last chance. As we know, it's going to be another round of bonus points up for grabs. But as we get to the end of the third phase, we're going to have the bonus points for the third phase being distributed, as well as then the bonus points for the overall positioning with regards to this league stage. So as we know, there is a total of 80 bonus points up for grabs. So it's going to be quite a bit of a race indeed. Now, in the previous one, we did have GEEKAY finishing at the top of the phase. This phase, NIGMA, so they got 19 points in the previous one, 20 this time around. Are they going to be able to get another 20 in the next one? Who knows, right? Only time will tell. But of course, a lot to look forward to as we are going to be venturing into that third phase. Also, phase 3, we are going to be changing up our group order yet again. So we'll have different pairings of these groups making their way on through. The map orders, however, are not going to be changing whatsoever. Day 1 will still be day 1, which is very balanced. As we know, we're going to have those 2 Erangels, 2 Miramars, and Sanhok. Day 2 is going to be Miramar Day with 3 Miramars. Day 4 is Erangel Day. And then day 3 and 5, also quite balanced, right? We return back to normality for those days, with the addition of course, Livik on day number 5. So, yeah, the final 5 days yet to make their way on through. So you do not want to miss out on the action in this season of PMPL Arabia. As we know, fall season, very exciting. Quite a bit of things also changing up as we progress over into the finals, with teams that performed okay-ish, right, in league stage, really letting the cat out of the bag as they stepped up into those finals. So there's definitely quite a bit of excitement that could potentially be making its way on through. Another team that we've also really seen rather up their performance in general compared to what we had come through from the previous season, ONYX Ravens, right? Last season, I believe they finished in like 17th place, somewhere around about there, in league stage. This time around, completely different team, really performing exceptionally well. I mean, they've had quite a few runaway performances, but also then a team like IKURD, also, especially today, having a very good show of consistency coming through on their end as well. So I like what these teams are doing. But we all got to see how that is going to translate into that last phase, right? That phase 3, because that is the most important one. So if you've got any predictions on that, be sure to let me know in the chat. In the meanwhile, I believe we are, of course, approaching the end of our day here as well. So this is my way of giving you a very extended and delayed goodbye. But essentially, that is what it's coming to, right? So we are going to be saying goodbye very, very soon. Just waiting for everything to be wrapped up on the Arabic side as well. Otherwise, you're going to be sitting here in silence, looking at a little bit of mimery, right? Not quite sure how we feel about that. But yeah, good to see all the pushes coming through. Another exciting thing that I've also just realized is that R8 were also able to secure themselves 4 winner chicken dinners for this phase. I mean, that is pretty crazy. Wow, IKURD essentially also at the top of the day, 51 total points, and not a single chicken. Not a single chicken finding their way to them. So very, very impressive play coming through then from the IKURD squad. I mean, they came close so many times. Of course, Brute Force, as we saw, securing yet another winner chicken dinner, adding that all to the tally here. But let's see, right? Phase 3, got to be an entirely different beast, entirely new setup for these teams to play through. Not that new, but you understand what I'm trying to get to. But there's only going to be one way to find out, right? Be sure to join us back again on Friday as we are going to be stepping into the action. The final week is around the corner. Until then, guys, stay fresh, stay frosty, and of course, we'll see you all later.
Everybody know that you're a threat.